Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had a Powerful Bird Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku can hear the shrill whistle of water boiling on the stove making its way down the hall from the kitchen. Even louder than that is the electronic hum of the dingy old refrigerator kept near to the stove. Something had been spoiling in there for days. Mother had only just thrown it out yesterday. The foul odor still lingers in the air, and it smells faintly of dairy, so it was probably the milk or some cheese. He can also smell the alcohol. Today it smells like beer. Yesterday it was vodka, and the night before that, white wine. Mother is cursing under her breath and pacing, her words slurring together, and it's obvious that she's angry about something. Izuku doesn't know what. Izuku has to figure out what so he can fix it. He doesn't know what the problem is yet. He has been silent all day, despite how much his throat itched to make the sounds that Mother hates. He'd sat still, ready for school at his desk, even having bound his own wings until they ached, how Mother likes. He left immediately when his alarm clock read the correct time. He had sat through his classes and paid attention, even when he could clearly hear quirkless insults being whispered about him from the back of the room. Izuku still hasn't told anybody at school about his quirk, and nobody has noticed yet, miraculously. It's getting harder to hide it, since his wings and tail keep getting bigger along with him, but Mother insists that nobody can know about his abomination of a quirk. Izuku had come home quietly, cleaned up as much as he could from last night before Mother got home, then sat down in his uncomfortable desk chair and did all of his homework for the day, and got large parts of each of his week-long assignments done. It wasn't hard at all, school has always been easy for him. He made dinner, placing it on his mother's spot at the table, and ate a small granola bar silently in his room until Mother came home. He hasn't done anything wrong today, he's sure of it. There was always something that Mother thought Izuku had done wrong. Crying too loudly, making terrible and inhuman noises, daring to threaten her. Izuku had never threatened anyone before, not even once, because that would be really mean. He would definitely never threaten his mama. Mother would always say that he had, when he definitely hadn't. It had confused Izuku at first, but when she started cutting off his new talons, he soon realized why she thought that. I wish I didn't have my talons, then she wouldn't be scared. Then I could see mama, was a recurring thought in Izuku's mind. It doesn't feel good to think about his talons like that, but it was true, right? His talons are sharp when they're grown out, and if he didn't have them, she couldn't be scared of them. Izuku hummed a tune under his breath, once he was sure Mother wouldn't hear. It was one that his mama used to sing to him, before his wings and tail came out, before his small delicate nails grew into the long hard talons that Mother is. Mother is not mama. They have the same body, the same hair, the same color of eyes. They do not have the same smell or smile or voice. They are not the same person. Mother smells like beer and smoke, and she has a cruel smile, one that enjoys it when Izuku is sad, scared, lonely, or hurt. Her voice sounds bitter and almost mockingly sweet, like a lemon coated in sugar, trying to trick you into thinking it's candy. Mama, however, smelled like roses and lilacs, and had a very pretty smile that could light up a room. Her voice was breezy and soft, sometimes wet with tears because of how much she just loved her precious baby Izuku. Izuku has not seen Mama in 3.5 years. The pacing has stopped. Izuku hears the familiar soft click of the stove being turned off, and the scraping of the bottom of the pot as it's lifted up. He can even hear the water slowing its roiling as it loses its only source of heat. Shuffling steps make their way towards his room, slowly and carefully. The shuffling is getting closer, weighing on that one floorboard that always bent a little and squeaked whenever anybody stepped on it. Anybody, meaning Mother. Izuku is only really allowed out of his room to go to school, use the restroom, and to take short, cold showers. The bathroom and front door are on the opposite end of the hall from the squeaky board. His mother practically kicks him out the door every morning after checking the bindings on his wings. She clips and files down his talons every week, too, and coats them with black gloss to cover up their natural color, so it just looks like he has black nail polish on. He's been picked on many times for that. When Izuku gets home, he's always silent, avoiding the floorboard and any other noises at all costs, despite being alone. Mother doesn't have to be so careful. Izuku's room is dark. Very dark, but still bright enough for Izuku to see. He has great night vision. The tiny amount of light that pours into his room from the crack under his door would enough for him to read by, if he'd had any books to do so with. All his books had ended up in the trash, along with all his other things, when his quirk came in. Pulling his thin, plain blankets over his shoulder, Izuku tries to pretend that he's asleep. Sometimes Mother would be less mad if it looked like he was asleep, unaware. If he hid his wings and tail and talons under the thin blankets and closed his blown-wide reflective eyes, she would only see Izuku, not the bird demon that Mother often called him. She would be Mama again, if only for a moment, not the cruel person that is Mother. He opens one eye to glance at the blinking red alarm clock across from him. 12:15 a.m., January 15th. Izuku's half-birthday. He sees a shadow passing under his door out of the corner of his eye, and staying there. There are no more shuffling steps. Izuku hears his door creak open, and he turns his face into his pillow, on his stomach, if only to be able to hear what was going on better. He couldn't risk opening his eyes. Mother would see them, and get mad that he was awake so late. The steps get closer to his bed, stopping less than a meter away. He can hear Mother's shaky breaths, and her rapid heartbeat. A soft whisper escapes from her mouth, almost sounding sad. Almost heartbroken. Almost sounding like Mama. But only almost. "I'm so sorry, Izuku." There was a moment of nothing. And then all Izuku could feel was pain. Izuku doesn't remember how he got here. He should be in bed, sleeping, or waiting for the right time to leave for school. He definitely shouldn't be crouched, shivering behind a dumpster in the middle of an alleyway, several kilometers away from home, trying desperately to not aggravate the severe burns on his back. Burns. The burns. Mother had given them to him. Honestly, Izuku should have figured out that she was going to. He heard the water boiling. With nothing else being taken out to speak of, like tea or noodles. He heard her pick up the pot and make her way to his room. It should have been obvious. A wave of pain rolls through him, and Izuku heaves up his one measly granola bar from a dinner. He shivers violently, wings straining against the straps binding them, only for that to send even more pain shooting through his back. Izuku can feel the cold winter air whistling past the entrance to the alley he's in. He can't hear any signs of life apart from his own labored breathing and heart, so he's alone. There's snow in the air, being carried by the wind and swirling towards him. His burns sting in protest to the cold air blowing on his back, and Izuku realizes his nightshirt is soaked all the way through. The water has already cooled in the winter air, and the wind is blowing harshly against it, causing Izuku to shiver even more than before. It's a vicious cycle. Shivering makes his wings strain, which makes his burns throb excruciatingly, which causes him to heave up what's left in his stomach, which means he loses heat and gets even colder. The wet, old flannel certainly doesn't help the burns feel any better, either. What happened earlier tonight starts to come back to him, bit by bit. And all Izuku can do is cry. Mother had said 4 words that were lies. Izuku may only be 7.5, but he knew how to tell what words were lies. His teacher had taught him. If someone says they're sorry, and then does something that they know you don't like, they don't really mean it most of the time. "I'm so sorry, Izuku." Mother had said those words, then poured boiling water on his back, right between his wings. The whole pot of it completely full. And she didn't stop. She held his arms and legs down with her quirk so that he couldn't run away or struggle. She didn't even hesitate part way through. Any sympathy was completely gone. Once all the water was gone, soaking into his shirt, still-bound wings, and the thin mattress below him, she grabbed him by the hair and dragged him out the front door, throwing him onto the welcome mat. As if anyone was ever welcome there. "Don't come back, brat," Mother hissed. Then she slammed the door in his face. He could hear the lock being clicked into place, and the drunken, insane giggles of his mother as she walked away. Izuku's back and wings sting and throb terribly, and he's positive there will be a scar. Izuku stands up once his head stops hurting, and once he's sure there's nothing left to throw up. Stumbling out of the dingy alleyway, Izuku walks, hunched over, with no particular destination in mind, only guided by the thin sliver of moonlight that's reflected through the thick clouds above. All the lights on this street have burned out years ago, and nobody lives or drives here, so the city doesn't bother with replacing them. Izuku knows he can't go home. Even if he could, he wouldn't want to. Mother is there, Mother just did this to him, and Mother quite literally threw him out. Plus, he doesn't really know where he is, or how to get back. The last time he went anywhere besides school or home was years ago, so he doesn't really know the area all too well. Mother always says that everybody will hate him if they knew about his wings, tail, or talons. They'll think he's a monster, disgusting and vile and something to be shunned. So he never tells anyone. He tells everyone he meets that he's quirkless. He binds his small downy wings, plucks the feathers near his ears, hides his tail in his pant leg, lets Mother file down his talons, and bites his tongue when inhuman noises threaten to escape from his throat. He pretends that the number of broken bones and bruises he gets are normal. It somehow works, and when put together creates the perfect image of the imperfect quirkless boy. Of Deku. Of a weak and small child, one that's easy pickings. After a long time of walking, Izuku's stomach growls loudly, and he's drawn out of his trance. He stops by a lamppost under its dim light, but doesn't lean on it, lest he hurt the burns on his shoulders even more. A wave of nausea rolls over him, and he clutches his stomach. The last thing he ate was that granola bar, and that's long gone. He can't go home to get more, and no stores are open at this hour. How is he going to eat? Several dozen meters away, on a rooftop, Izuku hears the distinct sound of a large, heavy boot crunching in snow and gravel. It's deliberately quiet and careful, but Izuku hears it like it was blasted through a megaphone. Izuku whirls his head around, trying to locate the source of the noise. There, on a rooftop, a dark figure is crouching. They have messy dark hair that falls to their shoulders, where a long, thin scarf rests. There are yellow goggles over their eyes that do hardly anything to hide the faint red glow beneath them. They have a small bit of stubble, so Izuku assumes the figure is a he. He wears baggy black clothing that's clearly meant to blend in with the night, but Izuku can see still him, clearly against the cloudy nighttime sky. And he's looking right at Izuku. The man tenses for a moment, the glow behind his goggles brightening significantly, hair floating behind him, before relaxing and hopping down to the ground with practiced ease, the red light fading to a dim glow again. Izuku turns to face him all the way, crouched defensively. The man makes a point of showing his entire face, removing his goggles, with both of his hands resting gently on his scarf to make room. Izuku relaxes a small amount, but not too much. He still doesn't know what this man wants. Figured. Do you know what time it is? The man comes to a stop, away from Izuku but close enough to talk. Mama had always told him to not talk to weird strangers if it wasn't absolutely necessary. Mother had told him that if he talked to anyone aside from her, his teachers, and his classmates, that there would be severe punishments. This man wasn't someone he knew. But what could Mother do now that she hadn't already? Yes. Izuku snaps. He doesn't know the exact time, and he can't look at the stars to figure it out, but he knows that it's around 1:45, just based on his internal clock. He tends to be good at that. The man opens his mouth to speak again, but Izuku beats him to it. Who are you? What do you want? Izuku glares into glowing red eyes, making sure the man knows he doesn't trust him. He pushes past the pain on his back, instead focusing on the man in front of him. The man makes a noise of understanding, then speaks. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda, also known as Eraserhead. Usually people call me Eraser, since it's shorter. I'm an underground pro hero. He hands Izuku his license, which he inspects carefully and tilts under the street light. It looks real enough. As for what I want, it's only to make sure that you're doing okay. Izuku tilts his head questioningly at that. Nobody ever wanted to make sure he was okay, except for his teacher last year. But she'd moved away. Why was a pro hero bothering themselves with something trivial like Izuku's well-being? Even Mama hasn't come out and done that in years. Eraser seems to understand his question. I'm concerned because a kid your age shouldn't be out here the way you are. It's late, dark, snowing, and there are hardly any working lights on this street besides the one we're under. The hero vaguely gestures upwards. This is barely enough to not trip over your own feet, let alone see any details at all. Izuku hadn't noticed, because he could read the small text on the license that Eraser handed him easily. Yet here you are, in your pajamas, clearly in pain, shivering, and with no coat to speak of. Eraser steps 1 foot a tiny bit closer. Even I'm cold out here, and I'm in my insulated hero outfit. You can see how that paints a pretty concerning picture, right? Izuku nods slowly. Eraser does make a pretty good point. He's freezing, wet, and starving, not to mention the worlds of pain he's in right now. But he can't go home, can't even get to a doctor, not that he'd even want to. There aren't any hospitals around here. All the buildings are abandoned and run down, or are very clearly struggling. He doesn't want to be here anymore, but he isn't sure how he got here in the first place. Eraser nods back. There isn't enough light here for me to assess or treat whatever injuries you clearly have, nor is there anywhere around here where I can warm you up. So, kid, looks like you're with me until we can get you home. Izuku could practically feel his pupils widen in shock and fear. He takes a step back, shaking his head violently, arms drawn in close to his chest. He can't go back, especially not when Mother had clearly stated he couldn't. That he wasn't allowed to. If he did, who could tell what would happen? But what would happen when Eraser saw his wings? His claws? He might do worse than Mother. She always said that everybody would hate him if they knew. Would be afraid of him. If Eraser was afraid of him, and he was a pro-hero, what would happen to Izuku? Izuku's breath quickened, and he could feel his chest constricting, could hear his heart beating faster and faster. Izuku is gently caught by a pair of rough hands. He hadn't realized he'd started to stumble backwards until he was stopped. He struggled half-heartedly, but only because the pain in his back was starting to become unbearable. Alright, I get it. No going home. He reached over, and gently placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. He hesitated, then frowned slightly. You're soaking wet. Eraser starts to move to pick Izuku up, but paused and looked up. I'm going to pick you up, is that okay? I have to get you somewhere warm. Izuku nods. Warm sounds great right about now. Eraser lifts Izuku up easily, with his arms under Izuku's knees and lower back. That, as they both learned very quickly, was a huge mistake, because as soon as he did that, Izuku cried out in pain as pressure and friction was put on the burn on his back. It was agonizing, and spots danced across his eyes as his ears started ringing. Izuku's pretty sure he passed out for a second, because he found himself laying on his stomach on a cold wooden bench, about 3 meters from the lamppost. Are you awake, kid? A voice asks softly. When Izuku nods, he speaks again. I'm so sorry I hurt you, I never meant to. I can't see your injuries in light like this. Would you be okay if I carried you piggyback style? We really need to get you somewhere warm, and it'll be much faster if I carry you there. Izuku nods again, barely registering the words and their meaning. Firm hands sit him upright, and Eraser kneels down in front of Izuku, facing away from him. Grab on, kid. So Izuku did, wrapping thin arms around Eraser's neck, resting his head on the man's shoulder. He smells like coffee. Izuku can hear Eraser narrating what he was doing, tying him onto his back with his super long scarf. He nods tiredly and barely feels them, starting to move before he's out cold. When Izuku comes to, he's on the balcony of what appears to be an apartment. The glass door is half covered from the inside with a curtain, but what he can see is pretty nice. A TV is mounted on the wall, with slow-motion videos of jellyfish playing with no sound. A large sofa that looks well-loved is covered haphazardly in fuzzy blankets and pillows. A cat tree is nestled in the corner, next to the TV and door. A black cat is sleeping on the top platform, while a white and orange cat are cuddled together, also sleeping in a cubby. A coffee table between the sofa and TV is covered in official-looking papers and half-empty coffee mugs. A very clean kitchen is in view behind the living room, and the clock on the stove reads 2:05 a.m. Eraser quickly pulls open the glass door, waking the cats in the tree. The orange one meows very loudly, the white gets up and purrs, while the black one simply tucks its face under its arm and goes back to sleep. Izuku giggles a bit at the cats, and Eraser glances back to look at him. Eraser lifts Izuku up and sets him down on the couch with ease. He moves to the small hallway near the front door and flicks on a few light switches. Izuku can hear the overhead light buzzing. The lamps are mercifully quiet. "All right, kid. I'm going to have to take your clothes off for you. They're soaking wet, and you were out in the freezing weather for who knows how long. You could be hypothermic." Somehow, the idea of hypothermia sounds far better than taking his shirt off right now. Taking it off means exposing his wings, and that means getting kicked out again. Eraser will hate his wings, just like Mother always says. Izuku holds his arms tightly against his stomach and shakes his head. He can't, not right now. Probably not ever. Why not, kid? It could be dangerous to keep them on any longer. I don't want you to get hurt. Izuku tensed at that. He's already hurt. Eraser says he doesn't want him to hurt more, but that will change if he does what he says. Is it something to do with your quirk? No. No, I don't have a quirk, Eraser, Izuku replies automatically. It's not true, and he knows it, but nobody else can know it. They'll hate him, they'll cast him out. That can't happen. Firstly, call me Aizawa for now. Secondly, you clearly do have a quirk. You saw me on that roof, right? Izuku nods. Someone without a quirk wouldn't be able to do that. It's pitch black outside. Ira's Aizawa sighs. No matter what your quirk is, or why you don't want me to know about it, I promise you that nothing will happen because of it. I will not call you names, I won't kick you out, I won't hurt you. I swear. It's hard to believe. But Aizawa promised, and a good hero wouldn't back down on a promise. So Izuku nods, staring at his small black nails. Mother was supposed to clip them tomorrow morning, so they're already grown out pretty far and are pretty sharp. When Aizawa asks if he can take Izuku's clothes off for him, he nods again. Izuku curls in on himself when Aizawa takes in a sharp breath after his shirt is removed. His worries are squashed before they can consume him, however, because the man immediately whispers, "Sheet, kid, these burns, no wonder you're in pain." Izuku sees him look a little further down as he sees the thick leather straps binding his wings to his back. Swiftly taking out a pocket knife, Aizawa cuts the straps and peels them off from where they dig into his wings and ribs, and throws them immediately into a waiting trash can. "Won't be seeing those ever again, kid. Promise." It's mumbled, but filled with determination and sincerity. Aizawa tosses Izuku's soaked shirt onto the couch about a meter away from him. The rest of his soaked clothes are removed, and he's covered with blankets while Aizawa puts some cup noodles in the microwave and looks in a hall closet for clothes in Izuku's size. Apparently, they have a stash of plain clothes in various sizes for scenarios exactly like this one. While Aizawa is sorting through options, Izuku hears a floorboard creaking and some footsteps in a room down the hall. Izuku tenses and shifts backwards, staring at the mouth of the hallway, pulling his wings in and hissing when his burns accidentally brush against the rough fabric of the couch. Aizawa has just found the right size and is turning back to Izuku when a door opens, and two men Aizawa's age emerge, rubbing their eyes. One, with light blue mist for hair, like a cloud, is leaning against the other, a blonde with his face practically buried in his shoulder. He looks to be barely awake, and Izuku is a little surprised to see that the man is missing part of his leg below the knee. That explains the odd number of footsteps he heard just now. "Shoyuda? What's going on? Why are you back early?" The blonde yawns loudly. "Did something happen?" Aizawa turns to face them and tries to purposefully block Izuku from the blonde's view. It doesn't work. "Sho? Why is there a child on our couch?" That seems to wake the misty man up more. A kid? "Sho, you didn't tell us we were adopting." That seems like rather important information to have. The mist man grinned tiredly. Aizawa glares at them playfully, then starts signing while he speaks. "Found them on patrol. In pain, soaking wet, in the pitch black in an abandoned neighborhood. Had to bring him home to get warmed up." Aizawa taps both of their noses lightly. "You two have classes to teach in the morning. Go to sleep. You'll get more details when you wake up. The kid will be fine." Aizawa guides them both back into the room they came from, presumably a bedroom, as they grumble sleepily, and tells them good night. Re-emerging and shutting the door, Aizawa grabs the rolls of clothes he had found earlier and hands them to Izuku. Never worn underwear and pants. They should work with your tail, but let me know if they don't. You can't put on the shirt yet, since I need to. Treat those burns, but it's 5 oversize. It should fit your wings. Aizawa looks back at the closet, seemingly thinking about something in there. Do you need any help changing? When Izuku shakes his head no, Aizawa promptly turns around and puts his forehead to the wall, closing his eyes. Go ahead, then. So Izuku does, swiftly putting the garments on like he does every morning. They're comfortable and loose, sitting just below his feathered tail. The position of the waistband of his loose pants in itself isn't the most comfortable, but it beats having his tail stuck in one pant leg again, like he always does. The inside is a warm, soft fabric that feels nice against his still cold legs. When he's done putting them on and tying the string in the front, he tells Aizawa, who immediately says he's going to get their first aid kit. It's in a cabinet in the kitchen, surprisingly, and Aizawa puts it on the counter and is back in seconds. Hey, kid, do you think you could come to the kitchen for me? You can sit on the counter while I work on those burns. The couch is kind of an awkward angle. At that Izuku nods, and he grabs Aizawa's hand as they walk to the kitchen. Aizawa lifts Izuku up onto the counter, since it's too tall for Izuku to climb on, and asks him to turn around. The marble counter is cool to the touch, and Izuku uses his hands to spin around, tail draping over the edge of the counter. He's getting better at ignoring the pain on his back and shoulders. That, or it's getting better, but straining like this really esseeks. I'm gonna get some clean cotton towels, and I'm gonna soak them in lukewarm water and put them on your burns. I'm gonna have to change them every few minutes. Aizawa is already making a move for some drawers next to the sink. He pulls out some smooth white towels, like handkerchiefs, but bigger. He grabs 3 and holds them under running water for a good 10 seconds. He turns back to Izuku, holding the damp towels in one hand. Need you to lean forward, kid. Can't have the towels falling off your back. Izuku did as he was instructed and leaned forward, arms on the cool marble counter, and forehead resting on his arms. He felt it as the damp towels were draped gently across the base of his neck, in between his wings, and just above his tail. It feels strange, in ways Izuku can't really describe. There's still pain, obviously, but the towels help. You're healing faster than I would expect, kid. I'm gonna make a phone call soon, and we can get you to a doctor after you sleep a bit, all right? Aizawa walks away as the microwave beeps, signaling that it's done. The cup of cheap noodles is placed in front of Izuku, and the young boy looks up at the man questioningly. Why are you giving me this? You're still extremely cold, kid. You gotta warm up somehow, and blankets aren't super effective when there's burns to be worried about. Aizawa takes his phone out of his pocket. I gotta change. Starting to sweat in this thing. With that, Aizawa walks away, and Izuku is left staring at the noodles in front of him. A door shuts in the hall, and Izuku can hear Aizawa's phone being placed on a stone countertop. The bathroom. There's some shuffling, probably Aizawa changing clothes. Izuku takes a tentative sip of the broth. It's hot, but not too much so. It doesn't burn the roof of his mouth, and Izuku's grateful for that. It's an extremely mild broth, and Izuku frowns, but keeps sipping at it anyway. He prefers spicy food, but the only person who's ever been able to rival him in terms of tolerance is Kaken. Once he's done, Izuku puts his head back down on the counter. He imagines faces and shapes in the stone, and counts them one by one, naming each of them. A cat hops up on the counter with him, and Izuku looks up to see the sleepy black cat from before. The cat sniffs him hesitantly, apparently comes to a decision, and rubs its face on Izuku's head. Aizawa emerges from the bathroom, in bright pink sweatpants and a long-sleeved gray t-shirt. He looks up and sees the empty cup next to Izuku, which currently has a cat sniffing at the lip. You done with your noodles, kid? Aizawa moves to grab the cup and throw it away. That was quick. You want more? We've got a few different kinds. Izuku nods. Spicy. Izuku hopes that he'll be able to taste it at all. We got mild, which you just had, medium, and ultra. Regular extra is all out. You want a medium? Aizawa asks, already grabbing one. Izuku shakes his head. Medium is rarely ever spicy enough to taste anything. No, ultra. Medium won't be enough. Aizawa looks at him questioningly, but nods. Your choice, kid. Let me know if you change your mind, though. Aizawa smirks and prepares the noodles before sticking them in the microwave and setting the timer. The hum of the microwave fills the room again, and Izuku listens to it closely. He puts his head down again as Aizawa removes the towels on his back, replacing them with fresh ones. His back only hurts in a dull sting now. That will probably change if he moves, though, so he stays still. The microwave beeps, and another cup is placed in front of Izuku, still steaming. He waits for it to stop and get to the right temperature, which only takes a few minutes, before downing it all, much faster than the first. For ultra spicy, this was surprisingly mild, but at least Izuku can taste the spice at all. He glances over to see Aizawa staring at him disbelievingly. Izuku doesn't understand why. He soon gets his answer. Kid, when I tell you that flavor usually takes me 20 minutes and a whole gallon of milk to finish because of how spicy it is, I am being completely genuine. I'm the only one of my friends that can stand more than a bite. How on earth did you eat that so fast? Izuku is now completely confused. What? It's super mild, I could barely taste it at all. Aizawa looks extremely confused, even checking the now empty cup's label, before he seems to realize something, letting out a soft snort. Birds can't taste spice. I get it now, it's a side effect of your quirk. Izuku resists the urge to instinctively claim that he doesn't have one, because it's not true, and Aizawa knows it. He's seen Izuku's wings and tail, there's no hiding it. Izuku wishes there was. Well, kid, I could talk all night about how strange it was for me to watch you down those noodles like it was nothing, but that's a waste of time and illogical. Aizawa moves to the hall closet where he got Izuku's new clothes from, and pulls out a folded air mattress. He moves the coffee table to the side, near the TV. Placing the mattress down in the now empty spot and using a small machine to blow it up, Aizawa turns back to Izuku. You can sleep on this mattress, it will be far more comfortable for your wings than the couch could ever hope to be. The mattress finishes blowing up, and Aizawa seals the air hole. You'll have to sleep on your stomach or side once I bandage your burns. He grabs some sheets and a pillow, which Izuku hadn't noticed before. I can sleep on the couch near you, or in another room. Your choice, kid. Aizawa stands up from where he was kneeling down on the floor, and changes the towels on Izuku's back again. Last set, then bandages. I'll make sure they're comfortable, but you're healing pretty fast. Izuku doesn't really want to be alone. Aizawa has been really nice to him all night, even though he doesn't know Izuku at all. Even though Izuku has a monster quirk. So he nods and points at the couch, and hopes that this all won't turn out badly. The next few minutes pass by slowly, with Aizawa wandering around the room cleaning stuff up, and with Izuku waiting for the wet towels to do their job. Izuku stretches his wings a little bit, and he feels the harsh pull and sting of damaged skin being stretched, but it doesn't hurt nearly as bad as it did an hour ago. That's not to say it doesn't still hurt, no. He's still in unspeakable pain. It's just not as bad as it had been. The towels are removed, and bandages are wrapped as best as they can be, considering Izuku's wings are in the way. Izuku's already starting to fall asleep, and he's carried by strong arms over to the mattress on the floor, where he's laid on his stomach, with his wings spread out on either side of him. It feels nice, not having to sleep with his wings bound to his back. He enjoys it, he feels more relaxed than ever, despite his injuries. The last thing Izuku hears is a whispered, "Good night, kid," before he's taken by the darkness of sleep. When Izuku wakes up the next morning, the first thing he notices is that he's warm. He should not be warm. When he wakes up at this time of year, he's always shivering from the cold air that seeps in from the cracks under his window. His wings will strain to cover his arms where his hairs stand on end, but will ultimately be unsuccessful due to the leather belts holding them in place, digging into his ribs and the thin bones of his wings. The second thing Izuku notices is the voices. 5 voices, all speaking quietly to each other in a hallway, behind a thick door. None of the voices belong to Mother. That's strange. Usually Mother is always there, talking with teachers about his odd behavior, or with the landlords, talking about noise complaints. Her voice is almost always coded in false kindness, but this time there's none of that. She isn't there. When Izuku lifts himself up from where he's lying on his stomach, propping his weight on his arms, he rubs his eyes a few times and takes in the room around him. He's on an inflatable mattress, head pointed towards a large sliding glass door with the curtains in front of it drawn shut. Sunlight casts itself against the cloth, and Izuku barely manages to see the shadow of a solitary pigeon fly by. To his right is a large, cluttered coffee table with a large screen TV on the wall behind it. It looks relatively new and rather expensive, but it's probably a couple years old, given the dust buildup. There's the cat tree he saw earlier, and the cats are basking in the sunlight that makes its way through the curtains and lands directly on them. To his left is a couch, one absolutely covered in blankets, pillows, and cat hair. It's clearly been slept on, with multiple pillows propped against an armrest. Twisting his head over his shoulder, Izuku sees the kitchen attached to the living room, with a small space for dining between the two rooms. There's a wall between the kitchen and the gen can, and it has hooks for an assortment of jackets. Izuku can't see very far down the hall with the bedrooms from his current position, but he can see some picture frames hanging on the wall. Izuku finally tries to sit up all the way, and his wings flare out in an attempt for balance, but the raw skin under his bandages strain with a sharp pain at the action. He lets out a surprised chirp, a noise mother doesn't like, that he shouldn't be making, before biting his lip as tears start to gather in his eyes. And then it comes back. The memories, the experiences, the pain of last night, all rush back in one big tidal wave that threatens to drown him. His breaths are coming in short gasps, his back flares with pain, and tears start falling from his eyes, leaving salty tracks on his cheeks. He can't tell if they're from the pain or not. The talking in the hallway has stopped. Izuku hears someone Aizawa address the others in the hall before pushing the front door open. Izuku gets only a brief glimpse, but he is able to see everyone in the hall. Aizawa, obviously, who opened the door and is stepping inside. Two men are close behind him, but stop at the door and don't follow. They're the men from last night, the sleepy ones. The man who was missing a leg is wearing a prosthetic one now, and it looks really expensive. They're holding hands and they both look nervous. Izuku thinks it's probably because of his wings, since nobody will like them or want to deal with them. That's what Mother says. On either side of the pair are two people Izuku's never seen before. One is a tall man with short black hair and a matching jacket and hat combo. He's very plain in appearance. The other is a short, elderly woman, wearing a doctor's coat, with her hair pulled in a tight bun. She's holding a strangely shaped cane, one that looks like a syringe and needle. She looks kind, despite obviously being a doctor. Doctors are always mean to Izuku. Aizawa shuts the door most of the way behind him, leaving only a crack open. Izuku can't tell what he wants yet, but his whole air radiates safety, despite his perpetually glowing red eyes. So Izuku chooses to trust him, and doesn't protest when Aizawa moves to sit on the floor, on the opposite end of the bed from where Izuku is currently sitting. He frowns a little, looking at something on his face, and Izuku realizes he can probably see the tears running down his face. He freezes. He's not allowed to cry, right? That was one of Mother's rules. Aizawa doesn't say anything about it. Figured. Are you doing all right? How's your back? Aizawa is sitting slouched with his legs crossed under him, and with his hands palm down on his knees. It makes Izuku feel safe, though he can't pinpoint exactly why. So he tells the truth. It hurts real bad when I move, Izuku barely whispers. It's true, because any time he's moved his back in the barely 3 minutes he's been awake, his skin has been incredibly painful. He doesn't know why. Kid. Hey, I've got a couple friends here with me right now, and one of them wants to help heal your back. It's her quirk, she can heal people really quickly. Would that be alright if she comes in and does that for you? Aizawa smiles a little as Izuku rubs away the remaining tears in his eyes with a closed fist. I'll get you some more of those super mild noodles you liked last night. Izuku can't argue with the offer of noodles, so he nods. Okay, Mr. Aizawa, sir. Izuku looks away, staring at his feet. They look kind of funny, but he can't figure out why. Maybe it's because he was barefoot last night? Aizawa snorts a little, then turns and walks away, towards the front door where he motions for the old lady to come in. He puts Izuku's noodles in the microwave while the lady takes off her shoes in the gen-can, and she stands there for a moment, waiting for Aizawa to make his way back into the living room before she approaches. She comes to a stop next to Aizawa, where he is now sitting on the floor again. "Hello dearie, my name is Shizenji Chio, also known as Recovery Girl. What's your name, dear?" She smiles a little at Izuku, waiting for his answer. "Midoriya Izuku." He glances back to Aizawa as he visibly relaxes for a split second, then tenses again. He doesn't know why Aizawa's acting like this. He seems uncomfortable. "Lovely to meet you, Izuku. May we call you that?" She smiles warmly at Izuku, and Izuku nods. "All right then, Izuku. You can call me whatever you like, dear. My quirk allows me to heal others. I have to give them a quick peck for it to work. I've been teased many times about being a granny, even when I was younger." She pulls out a small packet of gummy bears from her coat pocket. "My quirk, unfortunately, drains the energy of the person who's being healed, so I have these energy gummies to give to my patients. Knowing all this, would you still like for me to heal you, Izuku?" She doesn't move, not even a little bit, clearly waiting for his answer. Izuku nods again, since he'd do anything for his skin to stop hurting, and Recovery Girl steps around the mattress towards him. She glances at his back for a moment, and sighs a bit. "Oh dear. Let's get you healed up a bit, yes?" She leans over a little and kisses his cheek, and Izuku can practically feel the energy draining out of him as his back heals and stops throbbing with every beat of his heart. It doesn't hurt as much as it did before, sure, but now his body is threatening to collapse right here and now. It's kind of surprising if he's being honest. He doesn't like it, and his chest constricts in a way that indicates exhaustion. Izuku looks down when he sees some small objects being placed in front of him, 5 in total. They look a bit like Haribo gummy bears, except there are a purple and a blue bear there too, and he knows they don't normally come in those colors. Recovery Girl points at a couple of them that are slightly separated from the other 3. These ones, the purple and the blue, will get rid of most toxins that may or may not be in your body, as well as give you some very important vitamins. She points to the remaining 3. These will give you energy, so you'll be able to stay awake most of the day, but don't be surprised if you start feeling really sleepy before the sun even sets tonight. It's perfectly normal if you have to go to sleep early. Izuku simply grabs the gummies and pops one in his mouth. They taste exactly like gummy bears, so he eats each one in rapid succession. By the time he's done with that, Aizawa has come back with a cup of spicy noodles in one hand. Recovery Girl looks like she's about to object, but when Izuku hungrily eats it all within seconds, she just stands there, slightly slack-jawed with surprise. She whips around to face Aizawa, and he gives her a cheeky smile like he knows exactly what he's doing. Izuku can't help but let out a small giggle at the sight. Aizawa waves a hand idly as he turns back to Izuku. "Birds," he says, dismissing her incredulous look almost entirely. "One last thing, dear. I've got to change those bandages. I can't heal you all the way, but you should be fine to move around now. Just make sure you do some stretches. We don't want the skin to become too tight while it heals the rest of the way." With that, she starts swiftly removing the current bandages and applying new ones. It takes her only about a minute. "I've got a few more people with me this morning. Would you like to meet them, Izuku?" Aizawa looks back at Izuku with a gentle look. Sure, okay." He knows it's not actually up to him. Things like this never are, but it should be fine. Aizawa frowns a bit. Izuku doesn't understand why. He said the right answer, right? He even meant it too. "It's your choice, Izuku. You can decide whether you want to meet anybody else right now." "I promise," he says gently, noticing the hesitation in Izuku's voice. He's got his hands palm up on the mattress in front of Izuku, maybe waiting for Izuku to hold them. Izuku doesn't really know what to do, since Mother hasn't held his hand since his talons came in, except to file them down until they bled. He hasn't been around other nice kids long enough to other. Izuku is finding that the only thing he can seem to do is nod, but saying more than 2 words at a time seems like a nightmare right now. Tears of frustration gather in his eyes, and Izuku glares at the sheets in front of his feet. "Is that still a yes, Izuku?" Aizawa asks when Izuku nods a small bit. He makes a noise of confirmation. That sounds a bit too much like a chirp, and he hides his head under his wings now that he can move them with only a little pain. Aizawa stands, and Recovery Girl whispers something about needing to leave because there are hospital patients waiting for her, before following him out the door. Aizawa comes back with the 3 other men. Izuku gets a close look at them for the first time now that they're here. The man with light blue hair, which Izuku now realizes is actually hair, not just mist, steps forwards and sits on a cloud in front of Izuku. It's rather interesting, and also really practical given that this man probably can't crouch normally with his prosthetic leg. Hey kiddo. Sho. Here tells me you had a rough time last night. Do you want to talk about it? That always makes me feel better when I'm down. The man smiles more gently, but Izuku still curls up more and buries the lower part of his face in his knees, wary of what the man's intentions are. Oh, gosh, where are my manners? My name is Shirakumo Oboro, also known as Loud Cloud. You can call me whatever you want, though. This guy here, he gestures to the tall blonde man standing several feet behind him, is Yamada Hizashi, a present Mike. We're Sho's fiancés. Shirakumo grins even bigger than before, flaunting a pair of gold and black rings, with blood red, yellow, and sky blue gemstones inlaid within each. Near the door right now is the one and only Detective Tsukachi. He's a pretty cool dude, and his quirk is great for his job. He can tell you more about his quirk in a bit, though. You want to know my quirk, kiddo? Izuku nods, finally meeting his eyes. Shirakumo grins. My quirk is called Cloud. I can generate clouds, he says as a cloud forms over his open palm, and I can make them solid, too. Even sitting on one of them right now. If you ever want to know what sleeping on a cloud feels like, I'm your guy. He winks at Izuku like he had just shared a massive secret between friends. It's strange. Nobody here is showing the slightest bit of disgust around Izuku, even though that's what Mother always said would happen if he was anything but a pathetic quirkless boy. Mother's never wrong either, so what's going on? They're supposed to be disgusted, if not afraid. They probably are. This whole being nice thing is probably just a trick, a prank before they throw him out to the cold too. They've done their jobs, they've kept him warm, fed him and healed him, so now they're just biding their time until they can get rid of him. Izuku takes a deep breath. He's just going to ask at this point. It's better to get it over with now rather than later. Why do you not think I'm gross or scary? Mother always says that people would be, and she's never wrong, she told me so. Izuku cries out, wings flaring behind him. He can't stand this anymore, people being nice to him when they obviously shouldn't be. Why are you not revolted by me? Is this just one big trick? I'm a monster, a disgusting creature, so why aren't you treating me like it? That's what Mother would do. Are you just waiting until the perfect moment to throw me out again? To kill me? It's not like I have anywhere else to go anyway. Izuku's crying again. He's getting kind of tired of crying whenever he's angry, but the chance still remains that as soon as they realize he's not worth their time, they'll kill him just to get rid of him. Mother always says that will happen eventually. The room looks at him in surprise at his sudden outburst. They're probably realizing that Izuku's right. That they should do just that, to get the disgusting thing out of their home. No! Izuku's surprised to see that the speaker is Aizawa. He's usually a very quiet person. No. Izuku, do you remember what I told you last night? Izuku shakes his head, and Aizawa kneels in front of him on the floor. I told you, promised you, that no matter what happens or what your quirk is, that I will never do anything to hurt you. I won't hit you, burn you, forget to feed you, or kick you out, whatever else. I certainly won't call you things like disgusting or gross or revolting or a creature, because none of those words are true. You are none of those things, it's completely illogical for anyone to think that of you, and I will spend the rest of my life convincing you of that if you need me to. Aizawa's stare is firm, yet gentle. Izuku's not being forced to look at him, like he would be with Mother. Everyone else here thinks the same, including Recovery Girl, even if she isn't here right now. Alright? We won't do any of that. You're safe, Izuku. They're all nodding in agreement. Yeah, little listener. What Sho said. The blonde man Yamada says. We won't do anything to hurt you, not ever. Okay? Nobody deserves to be treated like that. Izuku's shaking now. Nobody has ever been so kind to him before. It's always mother or school, and they're both terrible for their own reasons. Mother, because she knows about his quirk and hates him for it, and school, because nobody there does know and they think he's just a quirkless Deku. He just yelled at these people, tried to make them realize that they should get it over with and be rid of him, but instead they were nice in return. He can't help but trust them. Tears are streaming down Izuku's face, and his shaking isn't letting up. He's trying desperately to not let himself sob, unable to realize that these people probably wouldn't mind if he did. Aizawa opens his arms, an offer, and Izuku hesitates only a moment to figure out what the gesture means before practically lunging at the man. He hasn't been hugged since before his wings came out. He's not used to the feeling, but he'd be lying if he said it's anything other than amazing. He's sobbing fully now, and soaking Aizawa's shoulder with tears, but he's finally being held for the first time in years, so he can't bring himself to care. He's finally safe. Shoyuda hadn't expected any of this when he went out on patrol last night. He hadn't expected to find a 7-year-old kid barefoot and wandering the streets of one of the most abandoned parts of town, shivering and in pain. The kid didn't even have a coat. He didn't expect to be spotted on the roof where he was watching from the darkness. He didn't expect to bring the kid home without even knowing their name, with them passed out and wrapped in his capture weapon. He didn't expect the kid to deny having a quirk, when he so clearly had one. He very much didn't expect for him to have severe scalding burns all down his back, in between fluffy black wings that had been bound so tightly to his back that he could barely fit his knife under the straps to cut them off. He didn't expect for him to be so calm the whole time he was being treated, nor did he expect him to be healing so quickly. The burns were worst when Shoyuda first saw them, but by the time he'd finished treating them with wet cloths, they were just barely healed enough to be able to bandage before stopping. The healing and treatment should have taken longer, though Shoyuda can't complain that he was able to bandage them at all. He didn't expect for the kid to down a whole cup of the most notoriously spicy noodles that Shuda's ever found in seconds, only to tell him that he could barely taste it. He didn't expect for him to so willingly allow Shoyuda to sleep near to him on the couch after he put the bandages on. He didn't expect to hear the kid's name for the first time, then immediately recognize it from an arrest Tsukachi had been telling him about that had happened early that morning. Apparently, a neighbor had been up late for their shift and had seen a kid being literally thrown out the door by the hair, hissed and glared at, then get locked out in the snow. The kid had wandered off, looking dazed, then disappeared before the neighbor could talk to them. Izuku was that kid. He'd been outside for an hour and a half before Shoyuda found him. It was a miracle he hadn't frozen to death. He started to expect it when after Izuku met the others, he'd been very hesitant about the kindness the others were showing him. He's obviously not very used to it. He didn't expect for Izuku to suggest that he's anything less than human, that people should want to kill him because of it. Shoyuda didn't expect to tell a kid he'd met less than 12 hours ago that he'd spend his whole life convincing him that he's none of the negative things he thinks about himself. He'd meant every word. Now, Shuda's here, hugging the kid that's so thoroughly traumatized that he'd burn the world if it meant that the kid would be safe. He's whispering reassurances, paying no mind to his now tear-soaked shirt and the worried glances of his fiancés and his friend. Shoyuda is surprised for a moment when he hears chirps of distress coming from the kid that sound distinctly like a bird, but that is quickly pushed to the side when his shoulders are squeezed tightly in Izuku's small hands. He's surprised at how painful it can be. Izuku has talons and Shoyuda knows this, but DMN if he didn't realize just how strong they could be. He glances at one of the small hands, and he can see where the talons have torn through his shirt, and where they're digging into his flesh, the skin already broken. His shoulders will be okay, though, so he pays no attention to it, only giving an expression of whatever when Oboro glances at his shoulders concernedly. He relaxes against the side of the couch, since they'll likely be here a while. They sit there for long minutes until Izuku stills and becomes quiet, his grip on Shuda's shoulders finally loosening a little. Everybody else has sat down on the floor with them, waiting patiently. They know a lot about the kid's situation, and in these kinds of cases, you can't really do anything except be patient. So they wait. Half an hour later, Izuku has calmed down, and everyone has finished making introductions. Izuku is sitting on one of Oboro's clouds, looking a lot better than he did a bit ago. He still looks nervous, but Shoyuta is thinking that maybe the idea of safety has finally taken hold in Izuku's mind. When Tsukachi suggested talking about what happened last night and recording some of it, Izuku had hesitantly agreed. It was really more like taking a statement than a simple chat, but the kid didn't really need to know that. So Shoyuta is here, holding Izuku's hand, while Tsukachi prepares for the interview and does all the extremely lengthy pre-interview introductions. Hisashi and Oboro have retreated to the guest room to make it nice for Izuku. They disappeared with a look of, we may not have any kid stuff, but we're going to decorate the nicest room you ever demons saw, just for this 7-year old we met less than a day ago. They'd all come to a silent agreement that they're taking this kid in, no doubt about it. Sure, they're only in their early 20s, but who cares? This kid needs a stable home and family, and they're prepared to take on that role for him. The foster system would do a sheet job at it anyway. Shoyuta and Hisashi both know that from experience. Tsukachi turns to face the two of them once he's done, clicking off his recorder. Figured. Have I explained to you what my quirk is yet? When Izuku shakes his head no, Tsukachi continues. My quirk is called True Man, which also happens to be my hero name. Though, being a hero isn't my main job, I just need the license for some of the cases I take on. Tsukachi smiles, but he looks slightly nervous. My quirk allows me to detect truths, lies, and sometimes even malicious intent. If you tell me what happened last night, I will always believe you, no matter what. Okay? Izuku nods, and somehow looks both nervous and relieved at the same time. His wings are puffed up and his feathered tail is flicking from side to side like an angry cat, but he also has a hopeful look on his face. The cloud Izuku is sitting on shifts with the movement of the kid's tail, but it doesn't disappear or waver at all. Go ahead then. You can tell me as much or as little as you want to, and we can stop at any time. Shoyuta squeezes Izuku's hand, making sure to avoid the kid's talons. Sure, he doesn't blame him for earlier at all, and would absolutely do it over again, but the puncture wounds still have yet to be cleaned and have not yet stopped stinging. Okay, I went to school and I was good all day. I didn't say anything at all, even when the other kids picked on me. Shoyuta doesn't say anything, very purposefully. He'd throttle those kids if they weren't likely also 7 years old. I came home and did all my homework and I made dinner for mother, then I went to my room and ate a GR granola bar. Izuku is practically whispering at this point, so Shoyuta squeezes his hand again. I stayed quiet in my room too, but it's really boring in there. Then mother came home. Izuku is cut off by his own sobs, and Shoyuta places a reassuring hand on the boy's feathery, only kind of literally, hair. We can stop now if you want, Izuku. Remember. Shoyuta whispers. We won't be mad or anything. No, Izuku takes a deep breath. She came home smelling like beer. Yesterday it was vodka. Izuku's whispering again. She came home and I heard her put some water on the stove. I thought she was cooking something. Shoyuta realizes that he does not like where this is going. At all. I heard it as it was boiling. Mother brought it to my room and as if there are more sobs. More tears. Shoyuta reaches out and hugs Izuku as he dissolves into crying. He rubs his thumb across the back of Izuku's hand, but it doesn't really do anything as his fingers are crushed by the tiny hand he's holding. At least he's not getting clawed again, though. Shoyuta glances at Tsukachi, sharing a look of it was her. We were right. They know most of the rest of the story. He'd been thrown out, disappeared for a bit, and then Shoyuta had found him. Where he disappeared to isn't hard to guess, given where he ended up and where his apartment was. Tsukachi signs to Shoyuta. I have enough. I'm going back down to the station. Tell Izuku I hope everything works out, but I think this is stressing him out too much. Recovery girl and then crying twice within an hour? It's exhausting. Shoyuta simply nods, and mouths an okay to the older man as he puts on his shoes in the Genkan. Goodbye, Eraser. See you later with the adoption papers. Tsukachi winks and grins at Shuta's mock offense, before closing the front door quietly behind him. A little while later, Izuku has fallen asleep against Shuta's shoulder, likely passed out from pure exhaustion. His wings are slumped and drag behind him, and his tail is limp on the couch. It's a good thing. The kid definitely needs some rest. Shoyuta picks him up gently, making sure not to wake him as he leans the kid's weight against his shoulder and makes his way to the room that Hizashi and Oboro better be done with. He knocks on the door lightly before opening it, knowing that at the very least, Oboro will be able to hear him. Pushing the door open, Shoyuta is genuinely surprised to see how much the two of them got done in the short time they've been in here. It's practically a miracle. The queen-sized bed has somehow been turned into a semi-loft bed, which Shoyuta didn't even know their guest beds could do. All the old boxes have been removed from where they were underneath and piled in one corner to be removed. There are curtains surrounding the now empty space under the bed, and Shoyuta can see star-shaped fairy lights and fake vines hung from the ceiling of the little cave, illuminating the space. There's a thin foam mattress on the floor, but it's absolutely covered in soft blankets, pillows of all sizes, plushies, and even a beanbag chair in one corner. Only heaven knows where they got all this stuff from. The actual bed looks much the same as it did before, a bit toned down and neater than whatever is going on underneath it. The blankets are a dark shade of gray, and the blankets in even darker blue with tiny white spots, like stars. There are pillows piled up in the corner of the wall, and Shoyuta can't help but imagine what it'd feel like to sleep there. He imagines it would be rather comfortable. There's a set of small stairs leading up to the bed, which Shoyuta doesn't even want to ask where they got, but they're completely necessary given the bed's current height. There are even some books from Ida's younger brother stacked up on the steps, though Shoyuta can't figure out why they'd even be here in the first place. It seems strange that they'd have them, though it does make things a bit easier as far as shopping goes. There's a glass door leading to a balcony in Izuku's room, and Shoyuta is suddenly glad to be living in a corner apartment. Although, Izuku is still too young to be let out there by himself, and his wings aren't mature enough to fly either, so they'll have to lock it for now. Shoyuta makes a note of what his fiancés are doing, and he basically falls in love all over again. Oboro is lying on a floating cloud, hanging small clouds from strings and hooks on the ceiling. There are glow-in-the-dark stars now stuck to the ceiling, but that apparently wasn't enough, so Oboro used his latest trick. He's recently figured out that his clouds can be maintained for weeks on end with very little effort, if he makes them a certain way. Shoyuta doesn't know what that way is, but he also hasn't asked. Hizashi is currently organizing the desk, getting rid of whatever's built up there over the past couple years they've lived here together. There's a stack of 15 new notebooks on the desk, still wrapped in the packaging they came in. Some hero-themed pens sit in a cup in the corner along with some basic art supplies. School supplies, anything the kid could possibly need, are tucked in the drawers and shelves of the desk, surprisingly neatly given the fact that Hizashi was the one who put them there. The closet has been emptied of dusty old boxes and coats, and refilled with hero merch and other clothes from the hall closet, all in Izuku's size. A couple of the shirts even have newly cut and sewn holes to fit Izuku's wings. Oboro takes notice of Shuta's presence first, flipping over onto his stomach and lowering the cloud he's on so that he's now eye level to Shoyuta. The movement catches Hizashi's attention, who promptly turns his hearing aids back on. Shoyuta only glares while Oboro takes a picture of the two of them, Shoyuta carrying Izuku and the young boy sleeping on his shoulder. Shoyuta begrudgingly admits to himself that it is pretty cute, and Oboro signs, "What? We need as many baby pictures as possible, Sho. We don't know what we'll get from Izuku's apartment, assuming there even are any." Hizashi grins and nods enthusiastically as Shoyuta sighs. These two already have enough embarrassing photos of him, but he supposes that it's worth it for Izuku. The kid likely doesn't have many happy memories, so he's willing to make some for him. After laying the kid down on his stomach as comfortably as possible and covered by his own wings, Shoyuta turns around and signs, "Let's talk in the hall." Shota wants to be close by if the kid wakes up, but they deserve a more thorough explanation if they're all going to be caring for this kid together. Shoyuta shuts the door quietly behind him, and Oboro conjures up some clouds for the three of them to sit on. He always does this when they have serious discussions, so that they can be comfortable. He fell asleep after Tsukachi left. He got too stressed by the interview and retelling what happened. "Kid, Shoyuta has to take a deep breath to calm himself. He doesn't want to wake Izuku if he gets too worked up and loud. I'm going to the police station soon. We still need more details. But for now. Another deep breath. Izuku said that he'd stayed silent all day, even at school. He came home, did all his homework by himself, then made dinner for his mother. But only his mother, because he apparently went to bed with a single granola bar. I don't think the kid even showered. His mother came home smelling like beer. He said that yesterday it was vodka, and I don't even want to know how he knows different types of alcohol by name, based purely on scent alone. Anyway, his rat bstrd of a mother came home, immediately put a whole pot of water on the stove, then poured it down Izuku's back while he was trying to sleep. And then, as if that weren't enough, she grabbed him by the hair and literally threw him out the front door. I'm surprised none of his bones were broken, honestly. When I brought him home, there were leather straps holding down his wings. They were so tight that I could barely fit my knife under them to cut them off. They looked like they'd been there a while, given how bruised his ribs were. A third breath. Shoyuta looks up from where he was glaring at the floor, only to see the horrified faces of his fiancées staring back at him. He honestly agrees with them. He'd had to try his hardest to not break down as Izuku was telling his story earlier. They all sit in silence for an uncomfortable amount of time. There's a lot to process, so he doesn't exactly blame them for needing a moment to think. The clouds, they're all sitting on shift and waver for a moment, but they quickly correct themselves. That happens often when Oboro is upset. Often, when Hisashi is upset, he'll only talk in sign, so as to not lose hard-earned control of his quirk. He's doing that now. We're adopting him, right? Shoyuta is surprised for a moment at the bluntness, but he's realizing that they've been acting like they will all day anyway, so it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. Hell, Tsukachi even joked about adoption papers, and Shoyuta didn't even protest. I mean, we can't let him go into foster care. Hell, we already decorated a room for him. Oboro nods in agreement. Yeah, I'm going to the station now. Shoyuta hops off the cloud he's been sitting on. He's getting impatient. I'll come back with the papers. Oboro, you stay in his room until he wakes up. He seems to like you. Hisashi, you clean the rest of the apartment and make some pancakes, since I know for a fact that's the only thing you can cook without burning it. I'll be back in a couple hours. Love you both. His fiancées both grin as they wave him out the front door. They're doing this. Right now. Shoyuta chuckles to himself at the absurdity of the situation. He's willing to go through with it anyway. Shoyuta hadn't expected any of this when he went out on patrol last night. Hadn't expected to bring a kid in from the cold, only to get attached immediately. He hadn't expected that he'd be going to the police station to throttle a shitbag mother less than a day later, nor did he expect that he'd be leaving with 3 sets of adoption papers in hand. He's so glad that he is. I'm so sorry, Izuku. Izuku screams. He screams, but no sound comes from his mouth. He knows what comes next, he always does. He can never move, or run away, or even close his eyes to brace for what's coming. Midoriya Inko lifts a large pot of boiling water over the small body of her only son, and pours it out on his back. The instant the water hits Izuku's back, he doesn't have the time to feel any pain before the world grows incredibly bright. Multicolored light surrounds him on all sides, and his eyes ache with the strain of trying to adjust to it all. He glances down at his own body, only to find a pitch-black and blurry silhouette starkly contrasting the pure white space he's floating in. He tries to move his arms, but fails. They're just floating there, kept still by an invisible force. Izuku closes his eyes to try and block out the light, and suddenly he's falling. Soft white clouds drift lazily above him, dotting the bright blue sky. Below, the city of Mizudafu is rapidly getting closer. Izuku is falling headfirst, and his wings are useless and limp, dragging heavily through the air. Izuku can't feel anything but sadness. He's not scared, not panicking. He's just sad. Mourning, maybe. He just can't remember what he's mourning about. Just before he can hit the ground, the scene around him changes again. Now, Mother is standing towering above him, knife in hand. The apartment is a wreck around them, dim lights flickering violently, and Izuku is sitting in a pile of broken glass. Don't worry, baby. Mama just has to get rid of all your monster parts, okay? You'll feel so much better after I'm done. Izuku looks down at himself. He's got large, black wings, a long feathered tail, and the curled-up taloned feet he'd learned that he could have a few years ago. Nothing looks wrong to him. What monster parts is she talking about? The first thing that she cuts off is his wings. Izuku isn't sure how it happens. All he knows is that he suddenly can't feel them anymore. A weight is missing from his shoulders. He should be able to feel them. It doesn't hurt, even though he can feel warm blood dripping its way down his exposed back. Following his wings, his tail is now gone as well, and it's the same story. Mother hasn't moved an inch, yet his tail now sits coiled up tightly in front of him, like a whip. Blood soaks the large, fanned-out feathers that grow from the tip of his tail. He still can't feel any pain. His legs are next. The toes of his feet are curled up in pain, talons digging into the skin, but Izuku still can't feel any of it. Then, it's Izuku's vocal cords. He doesn't know how they got there, but what he does know is that he can't breathe, can't make a single sound at all. All his cut-off limbs start flickering like an image on old TV, changing shape and appearance and color in the same way that happens when Izuku changes them intentionally. When they're attached to his body. Izuku finally sees Mother move. She's reaching for his face, her hand tensed like she's about to grab onto something. Her hand hovers over his eye, and he can only look at her in fear with the uncovered one. Mother says those false, disgusting words again. "I'm so sorry, Izuku." Izuku, for the first time, can only see darkness. Izuku wakes up screaming. Blankets and pillows are tossed to the side, landing in a pile on the rug below his bed. Deep gasping breaths do nothing to slow his racing heart, or keep the hair on his arms from standing on end. There's a sound of loud shuffling and stumbling coming from the end of the hallway, but Izuku somehow doesn't notice it. This dream is one he's had many times. He's had boiling water poured on his back, has floated in that void of pure light, and fallen from the sky dozens of times before. He's never been cut into pieces before. He's never been blinded before. The very concept terrifies him. When the door opens to reveal one very disheveled Shoyuta and his faintly glowing eyes, Izuku relaxes significantly. This person is safe. He won't hurt him like Mother does in his dreams. Like she did in real life, all those years ago. Izuku? Was it a nightmare again? Shuta's hand reaches up to rub the sleep from his eyes, the faint red glow disappearing for a moment. When Izuku nods, his look softens into one of sympathy and concern. The usual one? Shoyuta knows the answer. It's always the same dream. He's not had any other dreams in the 5 years he's been here with his family. Another nod prompts the man to sit on the raised bed, next to where Izuku now sits with his legs hanging off the side. Izuku rests his head on his lap, staring at the glowing plastic stars scattered around his ceiling. "You want to talk about it, kid?" Shoyuta whispers. Gentle hands card through Izuku's curly black hair, occasionally catching on a small feather that grows along with it. Mother, tears run down his face as he remembers the horrible events of his dreams, and his voice catches on a sobbing chirp. It's not like this is the first time, but every time he wakes up to this dream he cries like it is. He's as terrified now as he was the first dozen times before. Shoyuta reaches over to gently place his hand over Izuku's, where it's tightly gripping onto the blanket. "Izuku, you don't have to talk about it if you can't or don't want to." A reassuring squeeze is felt on his hand, and he squeezes back. "Do you want to sleep with your dads and I in our room? We have to get up in a few hours, but you can sleep in as late as you want." His voice is still barely even a whisper. "Yeah." Izuku sits up tiredly and hops off the bed, awkwardly waiting for Shoyuta to take the lead. The man slides off the bed and offers a hand to Izuku, which he gladly takes. Izuku's grip is probably a bit tighter than strictly necessary, but he hasn't gotten to the point of breaking any skin yet. He's still frustrated every time that happens, even though his dads always insist that it's normal for avian types and that they don't mind. He's still inadvertently hurting them every time he does it, and they're heroes. They can't be constantly hurt just because he gets a little upset or stressed out. Izuku is tugged gently down the hallway, and his talons scrape softly against the hardwood floors. His tail drags somewhat limply behind him, feathers sweeping across the floor as it twitches from side to side in time with his steps. There's a dim light seeping under the master bedroom door, from one of the bedside table lamps. Once the door swings open and he's inside the room, he sees Hisashi and Oboro sitting up and apparently waiting for information about what's going on. Hisashi is the first to say anything. "Are you doing okay, Chick?" Chick is Hisashi's sign name for Izuku, since he wasn't anything more than that when they adopted him. He'd known next to nothing about his own quirk when they saved him, other than that he had wings and above-average senses, both of which he couldn't tell anyone about. He hadn't even realized his intelligence and constant craving for trail mix had anything to do with it. Show Yuta signs back for him. Nightmare again. He's sleeping in here for the rest of the night. He leaves no room for argument, but knowing his dads, neither of them would have argued anyway. They only shift to make room on the bed. Once they're all situated comfortably, Izuku finally manages to say something. He signs as well so Hisashi can understand too, since he doesn't have his hearing aids in. There was more this time. His dads all look surprised at this statement. It's always the same three scenes. Mother, floating in light, falling. Anything new is unheard of. Reassuring looks and hands prompt him to continue. After I fell, I was back at the apartment. It was really dirty, and one of the lights was flickering. Izuku stares at the comforter in front of him, trying not to imagine the scene of his dream too vividly. She was there. And she had a knife. She cut off my wings. He has to take a big, shaky breath to continue. Oboro grimaces in sympathy. He knows how painful it is to lose a limb, especially one you rely heavily on. Then my tail and legs. After Izuku was rescued, the investigation revealed that Inko had secretly been putting strong quirk suppressants in Izuku's food since he was 4, after his wings grew back in. That was another surprise. He still remembers the day that his wings emerged. It was one of the worst days of his life. Only after the suppressants were finally all out of his system did they discover his ability to perform some types of shape-shifting. His avian traits are all changeable at will. As part of that, they discovered that the reason he walks on his toes all the time is because he's supposed to be able to use talons as his legs. Now, he uses those talons as much as possible. And then my vocal cords. Hisashi makes a loud, strangled noise, very similar to how Izuku feels. He doesn't really understand how his mind even came up with it, but it was there anyway. They were all just there, lying in blood on the floor. They kinda looked distorted, like how it looks when they're changing shape. He buries his eyes in his blanket-covered knees, remembering the last thing that happened before he woke up. And she ripped out my eyes with her effing bare hands. Izuku should be crying. He should be terrified like he was mere moments ago when he just woke up, but now he's just kind of numb. That's a good way to describe it. He's so tired of being haunted by a woman who suffered a horrible death 4 whole years ago. He's tired of having to adjust the way he navigates the world to accommodate the burns she gave him, just because she got drunk and hated that she had a mutant-quirked son. Shoyuta looks disturbed. His reaction makes sense, since his eyes are vital for his quirk to work. Losing his sight is one of his worst fears, so for Izuku to be describing such a nightmare must be especially difficult to manage. His dads all somehow come to a silent agreement to offer him comfort all at once, and he readily accepts their offer. Izuku's wings easily throw themselves over the 3 men, covering them somewhat defensively. They all lie there in silence for a long time before Hisashi reaches over and turns out the solitary lamp, bathing the room in comfortable darkness. A blinking red digital clock on one bedside table reads 2:05 a.m., January 15th, 5 years today. Izuku falls asleep contentedly, wrapped in the arms of his family. None of them have any more dreams that night. "Pops, I'm going to the roof. I've finished all my schoolwork, don't worry. And I'll be back before sunset." There's a lot of noise in the kitchen, and Izuku doesn't feel like adding to it with his own voice. "Okay, I wasn't too worried about that. Have fun." Oboro calls over the noise of running water in the kitchen. The sounds of dishes clanging together as they're being washed grates on Izuku's ears, so he leaves immediately after hearing Oboro's response. He shuts the door to his bedroom, then to his balcony without a second thought. Air whips past Izuku's ears as he hops off the railing, diving headfirst towards the street several dozen floors below. People are walking down the street, heading home from work or going to some of the nearby bars, looking like little ants. He's never had a problem with seeing faraway things, so he can even make out some details, though the tops of people's heads isn't much to go off of most of the time. He does see a couple of young heroes enter the apartment building, though. They look like they're downstairs neighbors, although Izuku doesn't actually know their names. They're some of the really small-time newbie heroes, so there's not a lot of info on them yet. Izuku also wasn't there when Hizashi and Oboro introduced themselves, so he didn't get to ask them any questions. He was with Shoyuta, napping with the cats instead. Izuku's wings unfurl and catch the air, wind whipping between his feathers like an ice-cold comb. His dive quickly turns into an upward soar, and he flaps his wings a few times to make it all the way up. He could just take the elevator up to the roof if he wanted to, but this way is much easier and far more fun, despite the cold January air. When he reaches the plain gray roof, he stumbles a bit in his landing. Although he's practiced this landing dozens of times before, it's still hard to land gracefully like that new hero Hawks does. He always lands gently and firm on his feet, and yet Izuku still nearly faceplants each time. It's kind of embarrassing. Standing up straight and brushing non-existent dust off his pants, he pads on bare feet over to his roof nest. Hizashi bought him a large folding tent a few months ago when he started coming up here regularly, as well as some other outdoor camping gear, for some reason. Izuku will likely never need a solar-powered stove, but he has it anyway. Soft pillows and blankets line the floor of the tent, and Izuku creates little ball of light that float and illuminate the tent like fairy lights. An ancient Kindle lays on a fluffy blanket, plugged into a solar-powered battery pack. He's honestly surprised the thing even works, since they were discontinued over 100 years ago, and the battery life is pathetic. It stores some pre-Quirk era books that are really interesting to read, especially the ones that got destroyed en masse when Quirks took over. Occasionally, he will be interrupted from a nap or one of his books when some tired heroes will come up to the roof for a smoke break or to watch the stars. Instead, they find that a 12-year-old boy has already beaten them to it. They almost always leave grumbling under their breath, though some of the younger, more energetic ones will stay and chat for a few minutes. Maybe it's to make sure Izuku's not a villain, but how would a villain even have a tent like this on top of a hero residence without being driven out? He doesn't know the answer. Izuku is just about to settle into his insulated blankets when he hears a set of footsteps landing heavily on the edge of the roof. On the opposite side from the door, which is still tightly shut. This is going to be a chore. Izuku reemerges from his tent, crouching defensively in case it's an attacker, and catches a glimpse of red wings and blonde hair shoot. Hawks really? Don't get him wrong, he's been a huge fan of the hero since his debut a few months ago, but he really didn't want to talk to anyone today. Hawks is one of the most talkative people he's ever met. Hey Aias. You gave me quite the scare. Hawks goes. When he spots him, and now Izuku's just confused. How exactly did he scare him? He's short and skinny, so it's not likely that it's his appearance. He's seen videos of Hawks fighting villains with scarier looks than him. And in any case, simply seeing him shouldn't be scary at all. There are plans of ordinary civilians with scarier looks than him, like that one news reporter he sees sometimes. How exactly did I scare you, Hawks? He's fully stepped out of his tent now, standing up as straight as he can. His talons are freezing on the cold concrete, but he ignores it. They've been fine like this in the past, it's not going to start being a problem now. The hero eyes his wings with an odd sort of pleasant surprise, before turning his gaze back to read Izuku's signing. Well, you jumped off your balcony very enthusiastically. I kind of thought you were trying to, you know. Hawks seems to realize something, before stiffening. Oh, don't worry. You know that official hero residences scrub all recordings that aren't approved to be sent away or leave the building, right? That still applies to me and the HPSC. They'll only know that I was here, not what I said to anyone. In case you were worried. Izuku already knew this piece of information, so it makes it far easier to relax when talking to him. Hawk's heartbeat and breathing are normal too, so he's not lying. If I talk to you, Will you be telling the HPSC what I said? My parents are very private people. I shouldn't be talking to you at all. Nobody outside of UA staff or trusted friends knows that his dads are married, and even fewer know that they adopted a son 5 years ago. Nedzu is one of very few people who can protect heroes' documents from the HPSC effectively, so he provides that protection for his entire staff and their families. Technically, the government knows of Izuku's existence, but accessing anything other than his name and birthday is a whole other story. No. I do not disclose any private conversations I have with civilians, unless they are part of an investigation or are a danger to themselves or others. You are neither under investigation or in any apparent danger, so you and your family are safe. He's telling the truth. Izuku breathes a small sigh in relief. That's good, he supposes. Hawks is not only safe to talk to, but friendly. Izuku's starting to feel a bit giddy at the fact that his second favorite hero is willing to talk to him at all. His first favorite being All Might, of course, but he's been kind of scarce recently. Oboro had been called in for rescue work a couple years ago after a major fight All Might had. The number one hero has been seen less and less since then. No other details were released to anyone. The incident wasn't even on the news. Good. Izuku retreats back into his tent, but doesn't close the zipper. He's getting cold and he assumes the hero is too. It's not an invitation, but not a rejection either. Despite his initial excitement to be talking to the hero, he's still a bit skeptical about the man's intentions. Ayas. Light footsteps make their way to the tent, and a gloved hand pushes the cloth hanging over the opening aside. Hawks crouches down to sit in his heels, and golden eyes dart around the inside of the tent, taking in the blankets, lights, and various snack containers scattered around. Can I come in? Izuku makes a gesture of sure whatever, before turning back to his notebook. This conversation should be a great way to learn more about the winged hero. His current page is more bare than the Sahara Desert. It's astonishing how little information there is on the hero, despite the fact that his debut was only months ago. There are no records of sports festivals, no internships, no newsworthy rescues during the time where he would have had a provisional license. Nothing. Well, except for the tiniest dredges of a news report made 11 years ago, detailing a young winged boy saving civilians who'd been in a car crash. Even those snippets were a nightmare to find, and it was clear that someone had tried to erase all evidence of the article's existence. Hawks steps into the tent, clearly uncomfortable. He has to crouch down to fit through the entrance given his height, and his crimson wings keep flaring outwards in an attempt at balance. The sight is amusing to Izuku, but he shrinks his wings as an unspoken suggestion to the hero. Hawks notices and takes his advice, shedding some of his longer feathers for a moment while he settles on a blanket bundled up near the exit. An awkward silence hangs in the air for a few moments before Hawks makes an attempt at conversation. So, Ayas, how do your wings work? I'm assuming you can change the size, since I didn't see them at all when you first stepped on your balcony, and they shrunk again just now. Yeah. My quirk is complicated. I can show you if you have time. Showing is far easier than telling, honestly. Not that he's ever had many people to show. Sure, Ayas. I've got time. With that, Izuku goes through the motions of demonstrating each part of his quirk. He shows the way his wings, tail, and talons are all able to change size, shape, and type. Hawks especially loves Izuku's penguin wings, for some reason. He asks Hawks for a sharpened feather, and he nearly has a heart attack at the ripe age of 19 when Izuku makes a deep cut on the tip of his own finger. It bleeds for a few moments, before closing itself and forming only a small scar. It then disappears altogether, in less than 10 seconds. Hawks had to examine his fingertip for a few moments so he didn't freak out. Apparently, nonchalantly cutting open your own finger is not something normal people do. Lastly, Izuku demonstrates his control over light, making the inside of the tent glow, change in color, and dim until even he can barely see silhouettes. Hawks shuffles in mild discomfort, so Izuku releases his control over the light, and the tent returns to its normal brightness. The hero visibly relaxes when Izuku makes it clear that he's done demonstrating. Diamen, Ayas. That's a lot. What's your quirk called again? It's called Light Phoenix. I control light, rather than fire, but otherwise I have the abilities of a stereotypical phoenix. We're not sure if that applies to revival or anything like that, but nobody's willing to test it out anyway. The hero winces a bit, and Izuku shifts in his seat, facing the Hawks a bit more than before. My senses are also increased significantly. I think it's a residual effect from my first quirked ancestor, who had mild sense enhancement. I really don't have time to go over each one. There's a lot. Hawks just shrugs in a way that says to suit yourself. Now that I've told you about my quirk, I have some questions I've been dying to ask since the Hero Gala last month. The two of them talk for about an hour. Hawks answers his questions cheerfully, and takes Izuku's suggestions seriously when he mentions them. They compare their wings, debating on which are more practical for different situations. Izuku snacks on sliced ghost peppers and laughs when Hawks takes only a small bite and starts tearing up. I have to be back before sunset. The boy looks past the hero, looking at the sky behind him outside of the tent. Which it's about to be. Alright, sorry for holding you. I'll be going now. I've got night patrol and I want to eat something non-spicy before that. The hero stands and tries to leave the tent, but his wings get caught on the upper lip of the fabric and make him trip. He catches himself, of course, but it's still an entertaining sight. Hey, I've got an idea. The hero takes a thin chain out of his pocket and attaches it to a feather about the size of Izuku's palm. He reaches out and connects the clasp around Izuku's head, making sure to be gentle and slow in his movements. All of my phone calls are listened to, unfortunately. So if you ever want to talk, you know Morse code? Izuku nods, curious as to where Hawks is taking this. Great. Okay, so just tap the feather on any surface in whatever message you want. I'll be able to feel it. Also, break it if there's ever an emergency. Only major ones though, since I'll have to drop everything to get to you. Hawks steps back and gives Izuku a salute while spreading his wings. Oh, and Ias? My name's Kigo. Thanks for talking with me. Hawks leaves then, swiftly becoming nothing more than a small red dot on the horizon. It's only as Izuku is landing on the railing of the apartment's balcony that he realizes he never told the hero his own name. And he never got an autograph for his notebook. Kigo and Izuku talk often. Well, not talk, exactly, but send each other messages through the feather. They've only actually seen each other a few times since the day they met last year, but that's only because Kigo is super busy with his hero work. Usually they just use it to say, how do I solve this? Equation, it's killing me. Or, you got any tips for me regarding that new villain from last week? He just showed up again. Or, sorry, I'm in the middle of a mission. Tigo. Or more recently, are you doing okay, Ias? I hear crying. Or, please tell me you're safe, Kigo. I saw the news. Or, sweet dreams, little Ias, and you too, Onizen. That had only started happening when Kigo caught Izuku in the middle of a nightmare and came to comfort him while he was sleeping in his tent. That had been the tipping point from friend to brother for them both. Today, Izuku's studying for one of his exams this semester in his living room, trying to figure out how to solve a particularly hard algebra problem without using a calculator. It's a nightmare with all of the decimal points. And its division. He must have done something to upset Nedzu, because this is just cruel. He may be smart, but he's also tired as hell and his eyes keep unfocusing without his permission. He can't even ask for help either, because his dads are all out at work managing a project for some hero course second years that has been giving them trouble. The cats don't even know math, as shown by their blatant ignoring of Izuku's pleas to them for help in favor of batting at his feathered tail every time it so much as twitches. He's about to consider asking Kigo for help, but he startles a little when his necklace, unprompted, is desperately tugged at. The crimson feather taps itself against the wall next to his head, shaking like a leaf. Dash. Dash. Ready. Izuku doesn't waste any time processing or wondering what happened. All thoughts of tiredness or math disappear. As soon as he hears the word hurt being tapped out, he's abandoned his work and is in the kitchen, pulling out everything that could possibly be necessary. He lunges for his phone on the kitchen counter and immediately presses the call button as soon sees it. He doesn't really care who he calls as long as it's one of his dads or recovery girl. Izuku pulls out the massive first aid kit, placing it with a thud on the countertop. Being a hero means injuries, and injuries mean huge first aid kits. And there are 3 heroes in this apartment, all of which return home at the end of their shifts with varying levels of injury at least twice a month. That is, Shoyuta does, since he's too stubborn to just go to a DMN hospital. For them, that means a massive first aid kit filled to the brim with everything a hero could need. He'd been taught how to use everything ages ago, from suture needles to numbing ointment to even a cauterizing pen, but he's not supposed to use that alone. The phone in his hand rings against his ear as he spreads the contents of the kit on the counter and gathers several towels. They're the cheap yet high-quality ones that UA provides to heroes in the case of emergency. The call finally connects, and Shuta's voice rings through the tiny speaker. "Kiddo, are you alright? You don't usually call." Mild concern is audible in his voice. Izuku places the phone down and turns on the speakerphone, since his hands are currently very busy preparing for whatever happened to Kigo. It has to be pretty bad if the first person he could think of to help was Izuku. Usually when things are bad, they spread a tarp over the living room carpet so they can lie down while not ruining any carpets or furniture, so that's what he does. Just in case. "Yeah, I'm fine, Otusan. But, please come home. Like right now. Bring Dad and Pops with you too. And Granny Chio. Hawks is injured." Everything is laid out now, his hands have been washed up to his elbows like he's been taught to do. Non-LTX medical gloves wait in their package if it gets to that point. All Izuku can do is wait. His feathered tail twitches from side to side in anticipation, and annoyingly enough, the cats are watching the movement with avid attention. "Sheet. Okay, Izuku. We can be there in 5 minutes, if Oboro carries us. I believe Recovery Girl is at her apartment on the 1st floor, but I'll call her. Can you tell me how bad his injuries are?" Izuku greatly appreciates the fact that Shoyuta doesn't question why or how he knows this. Over the phone he can hear quick steps, followed by a door being kicked open and a surprised yell from Hisashi. Izuku's sure that Shoyuta has that side of the conversation handled, so he focuses on telling him what he knows. "I'm not sure exactly, but his feather was trembling, Otusan. It's probably pretty bad." No sooner does he finish his sentence than the crimson feather once attached to his necklace darts into the kitchen from the living room, poking him weakly and then pointing towards the sliding glass door. The door, luckily, is already unlocked from earlier in the day. Izuku had gone up to the roof to study, then immediately came back down when freezing rain started to fall. He may like the rain, but that's only when he's just standing there. It's difficult as hell to fly in rain, and he prefers to keep his limbs intact and not frozen off, however difficult it would be for that to happen. Izuku can see the red of Kigo's wings on the balcony, illuminated by the light from the living room. "He's here, Otusan," he shouts in the general direction of the phone, before rushing to meet the hero currently pushing open his door. It's far worse than he was expecting. A large cut on Kigo's forehead pours blood into his right eye, filling the whites with a deep red. Well, the whites that are visible because that eye is swollen shut. He clearly has a bruise on his nose, likely broken. Lacerations cover his arms and legs, and Kigo's hand is covering a deep gash on his side, doing next to nothing to stop the bleeding. He's shivering and his wings tremble with the effort of holding themselves up. He's favoring one leg, and his breathing is pained. Kigo as well as his dads had taught him how to take charge of a situation where there's an injured civilian. Keep them calm, get them to a safe place, administer first aid, and wait until help arrives. He knows how to do that. Sure, he's only 13, but it's easy enough. Unfortunately, this is the number 4 pro hero, and his kinda sorta brother. This is a lot more personal. Izuku is immediately at the hero's side, checking him for injuries. He can hear his heartbeat, and it's unhealthy. His breathing is labored and slightly wet. "Sorry for springing this on you, Ias." Hawks tries at his best attempt at an apologetic smile, but it just looks painful. "Onaizen, drop your feathers, please." The hero does as Izuku says, not even hesitating as they fall into a pile on the floor. He helps the man shed his thick hero jacket and gloves, throwing them to the side where they won't be in anyone's way. He checks Kigo's back for injuries and finds none surface level. It makes sense, given the protection that his wings provide. It's a good thing too, because he needs Kigo to lie down to do his best work. Kigo, I need you to talk to me. Just a few questions, okay? The hero nods, and Izuku guides him to lie down on the floor. Izuku silently thanks the heavens that the cats all went to hide as soon as the door opened, so he won't be bothered. If they were out here, it'd only be another distraction. First question. He grabs a pair of thick scissors and cuts Kigo's compression shirt right down the middle and peels it off. Some blood sticks the cloth to flesh, and Izuku wants to vomit at the sight. Are there any injuries that you know about that I'm not currently able to see? Kigo barely manages to choke out, ribs, ankle, broken, left side, as he winces in pain. Alright, that's fine. Breathe as evenly and deep as you can. You need as much oxygen as you can get. Izuku presses a cloth to the wound on Kigo's abdomen, trying to stem the bleeding. Next question. What happened? Was this a villain? Keeping one hand and pressure on the wound, Izuku grabs some smaller gauze and holds it against the cut over his eye. Head wounds bleed a lot. Training. Commission. They have healers. No scars. Izuku does his best not to think about the fact that this is what the commission considers training. It's literally mutilation. State-sanctioned torture, if you will. And they have healers, ones that can hide even scars. Izuku has no idea if Kigo's ever been in this condition one day, then laughing along with Izuku with no sign of injury the next. While they don't see each other often, it's still entirely possible. The idea makes him nauseous. Just hold on, alright? Try to stay awake, Onizen. Recovery girl should be on her way. However well-versed in first aid Izuku may be, this whole situation is a bit beyond his jurisdiction. Recovery girl can come in and heal him, then everything will be fine. He's seen her Quirk realign bones before, so there's nothing to worry about. He'll just be knocked out for a few hours. Once he's covered up most of the wounds, Izuku tells Kigo to keep pressure on his abdominal wound. He creates a light under Kigo's skin, looking for missed injuries or bruising. This particular skill he'd been suggested by Shoyuta as an easy way to assess the injuries of others, similar to an X-ray or Elter's ND. Illuminating areas under the skin that would otherwise go unseen, like ribs or their heart, would save lives. Medics would know about the injuries long before they ever scanned for them. It would also be far easier than trying to make something invisible, though that is something that he's working on with his dads. In this case, this trick showed Izuku that Kigo's 7th and 8th ribs on his left side were, in fact, very broken, but had miraculously not yet caused further damage. That's also how he knew that there was slight internal bruising on his right side. A faint beeping from the digital lock on the front door told Izuku of Recovery Girl's arrival, and he mutters a slight, "Thank F-" under his breath. She can take over from here while Izuku goes to have a panic attack in the corner. The heroine walks urgently into the living room and mutters a quiet, "Oh dear," at the sight that greets her. It's the understatement of the century. The number 4 hero is lying on a tarp in the living room of a 13-year-old kid, looking all of 2 seconds from passing out, while said 13-year-old kid tries his best to keep him from losing all of his blood to the numerous injuries he has. Izuku, dearie, what are his injuries? Straight to the point as always. Greetings would only waste precious time. Izuku is starting to feel the panic. His moments of calm were only brought on by the fact that he knew a bit of what was happening in advance. Now that someone more experienced is here, he's falling apart at the seams. Broken nose, ribs, and ankle. Lacerations everywhere. Lots of blood. He flew here himself, from who knows where. He can't bring himself to be more detailed than that. While it would be helpful for Recovery Girl to know more, he's a kid whose honorary older brother just showed up on his balcony, with the types of injuries he has nightmares about gaining. He'd never wish for anyone to actually live it. Okay, Sonny. Recovery Girl wastes no time in planting a kiss on Kigo's forehead, knocking him out immediately. Izuku can see the deepest wounds stop bleeding and close, while still leaving behind a scar that will need to heal on its own. Recovery Girl motions for Izuku to illuminate his bones, which reveals that Kigo's broken bones have mostly healed as well, but they're still fragile and hollow like always. Mere moments after Kigo passed out, the sliding glass door opens again to reveal Izuku's dad's, looking very stressed and very, very confused. Is he alright? Shoyuta glances at the blood-soaked clothes in a pile on the floor, the massive pile of crimson feathers right in front of his feet, and the blood still covering the blue medical gloves that Izuku hasn't taken off yet. He apparently finds the answer to his question, because he sighs and says, "No, probably not. How do you always get into these situations, problem child?" Izuku simply shrugs and stares at nothing, carefully peeling off his blood-covered gloves and placing them in a biohazard bag. Oboro moves to lift Kigo and his feathers with his clouds, making him more comfortable and making Recovery Girl's job easier. "Shoyuta, dearie, he'll be okay. He might be out for several hours, though. I estimate about 6, however it could be up to 12. It's harder to tell with mutant-type quirks. Call me if he sleeps any longer than that, though." Recovery Girl moves her attention back to Kigo in front of her. "I still need to do some stitches for some of the cuts I passed over. I had to focus my quirk on the worst of the injuries, so I'll be coming back to heal him some more later." "How bad was it?" Goro asks. He's all too familiar with debilitating injuries. He's missing a leg after all. "He'll be okay, dear. A couple broken bones, a deep cut here and there. He's got hollow bones like Izuku, so it's a wonder he didn't have any more breaks. The cuts will only leave some scars, most of which won't be too bad if he allows them to heal properly." She turns to face Izuku, where he's now sitting on the couch and staring at the unconscious body of his honorary brother and best friend. "Izuku, dearie. What happened? I hear that you knew in advance." Izuku cringes a little at that, feeling guilty about the whole situation. Guilty that he couldn't help more. "Only by a couple minutes. I barely had enough time to get everything ready before he arrived." Oboro has a considerate look on his face. "When did you meet? And do you have any idea why he chose to come here over a hospital?" "We met a year ago." Izuku stares at the tarp covering the carpet, purposefully not looking where Recovery Girl is stitching up Kigo's wounds. His dads know that he talks to the hero every now and then, but not really how often. It must have been a surprise when Kigo chose to come here for help over anywhere else. "He gave me one of his feathers so that we can talk whenever we want, without the commission listening. I trust him. We're going to have to report this to the rat." Shoyuta groans and holds his head in one hand, and Izuku frowns. He said that this was commission training, and that they have healers that don't even leave visible scars. I don't want to imagine how many times he's had wounds like this, and I never even knew. Everyone in the room suddenly had a thoughtful and sad look etched into their features. A moment of tense silence passed over them, with the only motion being Recovery Girl's stitching. "We're keeping him, right?" Hisashi spoke up for the first time since they all got back. Everybody stares at him. Save for Kigo, obviously. "What? It's not like we can let him go back to the commission like this. Besides, Izuku seems to like him. It's clear he trusts him anyway, he said so himself. First of all, Dad, don't talk about me like I'm not here. Second, I agree." Izuku smiles a little, as if they're not talking about sort of kidnapping the adult hero that's passed out on the floor and can't voice his own opinion. "I already call him Onizen sometimes, it's not like it'll be any different." "You what?" Shoyuta says with a flat tone. It sounds a bit like a statement. "I already call him Onizen, Otusen. If I wasn't absolutely positive that the last common ancestor we had was 6 generations ago, I'd say we could be real brothers." "How do you even know that?" He looks slightly surprised at Izuku's knowledge of his own bio-family's history. Sue him for looking into how his quirk could possibly come from telekinesis and fire breathing. Turns out it's just an amalgamation of genes that had skipped several generations and came back even stronger. Surprisingly, they came back in the both of them, despite the fact that they're not considered related. Quirk registry. Our first quirked ancestor had a minor sense enhancement. His wife had small bones on her back that would have allowed for small wings, had they ever emerged. Izuku gestures to Kigo's feathers, then to his own wide eyes. That's why Kigo can hear using his feathers, why I have super senses for no apparent reason, and why we both have wings. It's just a side effect of those genes. My real quirk likely has little to do with it, besides bird physiology being different and all that. That's lovely, dear. It's good that you know so much about the origins of your quirk. He shouldn't be surprised at Recovery Girl's efficiency. She ties up the last stitch before starting in 4-line with warm fluids, likely because of both his blood loss and the fact that he's probably hypothermic. Izuku hasn't been anywhere close to that since he was rescued almost 6 years ago, but he can't imagine that flying while wounded through freezing rain is very conducive to a healthy body temperature. The heroine turns to the 3 currently conscious heroes. Hawks is going to be staying with you tonight. Like it or not, he chose to trust Izuku when he was injured, and Izuku is your son. She turns to Kigo again, scanning for anything she might have missed. When she finds nothing, she continues. I also suspect that bringing him to a hospital will only put him in more danger at this point. Her logic is sound. Hospitals would only ask questions, and his presence there would probably be reported to the commission. They still don't know if that's safe. It's probably not. That's fine. It would be illogical to send him back there, and we have a spare room, at least until he can move out on his own. I'll be contacting the rat about ways to get Hawks out of his current ties with the commission. Shoyuta steps over to Izuku, ruffling his hair and feathers. Are you doing okay, kiddo? Izuku glances up at the man next to him. Yeah. I'm just worried about him. Shota has a soft look on his face, a rare sight. He's heard reports from his other dads that first years at UA think he's terrifying. They tell them that, not knowing that they're married and that they'll tell him everything they say. It's hilarious. He'll be okay. A large hand comes to rest on Izuku's black curls. Thank you for helping him, Izuku. You did a great job, and I'm sorry we weren't here to help you when it happened. Shoyuta holds his arms out in an invitation for a hug, and Izuku lunges to meet it. His hands tighten their grip on Shota's shoulders, thankfully not breaking skin. His other dads come and join them, wrapping their arms around the pair. While it's wonderful that you 4 are helping each other out, Recovery Girl cleans most of the blood off of Kigo with a wet towel and plants yet another peck on his head. He somehow relaxes into the cloud even more, and some of the stitched wounds look just a little bit more healed. I would like to go to bed soon. It's nearing 12:30, and there's school in the morning for 2 of you. Oboro, dear, would it be possible for you to stay up to monitor Hawks? I will call Nedzu myself to let him know what happened. Kigo doesn't know who they are. Just that they're heroes and that I'm adopted. Izuku whispers. However much he might trust Kigo, that topic had always been avoided by the both of them, out of respect for his family's privacy. I should probably stay out here too, just to explain what happened. Besides, I still have homework to finish and notebook pages to fill. Izuku, Oboro says, before switching to sign. Chick, I know you're worried about him. I know you have work you want to do, and I know you don't really need as much sleep as the rest of us. Unfortunately for you, you still do have to sleep at least a little. Izuku pouts, and Oboro lowers himself a little to look Izuku in the eyes. You heard what Granny Chio said. He could be out for 6 to 12 hours, and you can't stay up that long. If you get ready for sleep now, you can sleep out here. I'll be here the whole time. Fine. Izuku huffs and turns away, towards the bathroom. But you have to help me finish my work at some point soon. Deal. When Kigo wakes up, he doesn't know where he is. When he reaches out for the connection to his feathers, he's internally relieved that they haven't been burned. The commission often does that when he misbehaves, and forces him to regrow them all from scratch. It's a grueling process. His feathers all reattach themselves in a fraction of a second, and he's already jumping to his feet in a defensive stance. He can't afford to be sluggish in his movements. He immediately comes to regret not assessing for injuries first. His handlers are gonna sick on him for the slip-up. A violent, aching pain shoots through his side, and multiple half-healed cuts make their presence known against the stitches holding them closed. His head throbs, and his legs shake like a goddamn baby deer. Bandages cover nearly his whole body, but he's grateful to find that his back remains uninjured. The next thing he notices is that he is not in his commission-approved clothing. He's wearing an oversized All Might t-shirt, with holes in the back custom sewn for wings. Kigo does not own this shirt, yet it's obviously high quality and made for someone with wings like his. Oh, you're awake. A man with pale blue hair that seems to float like mist enters the room Kigo's in, the living room, from the kitchen. He looks to be in his later 20s, and he's holding a bottle of cold tea in his hands. He's wearing a plain gray t-shirt and pajama pants with patterned clouds on them. The man takes notice of Kigo's defensive stance and smiles comfortingly. Don't worry, Hawks. You're safe here. Izuku helped you last night after you were injured. Kigo looks around again, and this time recognizes it as Izuku's apartment. He flew here last night, after? He doesn't want to think about it. The room he's in is homey, and obviously very well lived in. Personal touches litter the walls and every flat surface. Hero figurines stand lined up on a corner of the kitchen counter, and some photos hang on the wall in simple frames. There are a lot of pictures of various birds, but also some family photos and selfies that Izuku has taken with various heroes. There's even one of Izuku facing the camera with an exaggerated surprised look on his face and gesturing at Kigo, who has his back turned, at the Hero Gala last year. The whole apartment is a nice change from the designer-made impersonal penthouse apartments that he's been in before, including the one that he lives in at his agency. The man holds out the tea in front of him as an offering. My name is Shirakumo Oboro, any pronouns. I'm an on-standby pro hero and an environmental sciences teacher and counselor at UA High. Kigo takes the tea and makes sure the seal is still intact before opening it and taking a small sip. It tastes just like regular iced tea, and he really likes iced tea, so he downs half of it in one go. Shirakumo steps over to what looks like a hovering cloud that must be his quirk and gently pulls the blanket that had been covering it off, waking up whoever is on it. Turns out, it's Izuku. He's the one on the cloud. That fact becomes apparent when large black wings flare out in his attempt to roll over onto his other side, away from Shirakumo and Kigo. An unintelligible grumbling can be heard as Izuku attempts to pull the blankets back over his head before Shirakumo pulls it away from his grasp. Izuku, kiddo. Hawks is awake. Kigo has never seen anybody wake up faster in his life. Izuku's eyes shoot open, and he jumps off the cloud bed like his life depends on it. Onaizen, you're awake. Are you okay? How are your cuts and your bones? Do I need to get Pops to call Recovery Girl again? Izuku's voice somehow manages to get higher with every word, and Kigo has to interrupt before Izuku passes out again because he didn't breathe. I'm fine. I mean, everything hurts, but it's nothing I haven't had before. Such is the life of the number 4, you know. Izuku frowns, but seems to purposefully ignore it. Kigo turns to Shirakumo again, and places his tea on the floor next to his feet. His head throbs, but he pretends to ignore it. I'm guessing you're his dad? It's the most logical conclusion he can think of. Kigo bows his head as much as he can without it hurting too much. This situation is probably more deserving of a deeper bow, but he doesn't think he could handle that right now. My apologies for just showing up out of the blue like this. This whole situation probably wasn't in your plans for the night. It's no trouble at all, really. We were out putting the finishing touches on a test for a batch of second years, so we were away from home when Izuku here got your message. Shirakumo pats Izuku's curls gently, and he blushes. We're so proud of him, you know? He did everything right. Pops, Izuku groans, his face turning slightly red. Oh, but Izuku, I am so proud of you. Shirakumo makes a scene of fawning over Izuku like a mother, dramatically cooing words of praise over his massive achievement of making sure Kigo didn't bleed out on their living room floor. Izuku looks mortified. Papa, please. Go bug Otusan and Dad or something. They're supposed to be getting up soon anyway, right? The young boy clearly tries to deflect attention away from himself, shoving Shirakumo's face away from him with the palm of his hand. Oh, good idea. They can come out here and join in before they leave. Izuku groans, and Shirakumo practically skips down the hallway and into a room that Kigo assumes is the master bedroom. 3 dads, huh? Dimonias, you hit the jackpot with that. Izuku's expression is one of annoyance, and Kigo has to stifle a laugh. Yeah, I kinda did. Izuku's feathers ruffle in embarrassment before he seems to remember something. After a few minutes of dealing with a worried Izuku, a door opens and 3 pairs of feet make their way down the hall. I assume that Izuku told you about the rat's findings already? The speaker is a tall man with messy long black hair and dark, bloodshot eyes. That could either be a sign of something wrong or an eye-based quirk, though he figures it's the latter. No? All right. The rat. He means Principal Nedzu. Izuku interjects. The man just rolls his eyes. The rat found a gap in your contracts with the commission. You are free to do whatever you want with this information, but the short version is that you are not technically bound to the commission in any way, shape, or form. Say what now? After one very lengthy conversation regarding the details, laws, and niches regarding commission employment contracts, Kigo finally manages to wrap his brain around the fact that he's finally free from them. He doesn't have to answer to them at all anymore. He falls asleep that night content in the fact that he's safe with his brother and his brother's dads. It's an odd feeling being safe. It's even stranger, being free. He's not used to it. He's used to having a string tied around his ankle, to not being able to fly far from the nest. He loves the strangeness regardless. He thinks he can get used to it. All right, listeners, good luck out there. Don't forget to go plus ultra. Izuku can't help but smile affectionately at his dad's enthusiasm, though he thinks he could stand to be a bit quieter. Every year, he sits on the risers in the ceiling of this auditorium and listens to the explanation of the test. Every year, Hizashi shouts the school motto and Izuku has to cover his ears. The auditorium fills with the sound of shuffling papers and people standing up, though almost nobody talks to each other. It seems that everybody here is taking this seriously, which is honestly great. Izuku knows from years of stories tossed between pro-heroes, as well as his own experiences helping his dads and brother after their injuries, that the world of heroism isn't nearly as glamorous or appealing as the media makes it out to be. It's dangerous and gory and traumatizing. He wants to be a hero in spite of all that, to save people like himself, but a lot of applicants are just here for that small chance at a pipe dream. Before people can start crowding the aisles, Izuku confidently stands up from his seat and beelines for an exit he knows won't be used, since it isn't marked very well. Snooping around the UA building was something that Principal Nedzu had allowed him to do as a kid, when he was newly adopted and still very reserved, in an effort to make him more comfortable with his surroundings. It worked, perhaps a little too well, since he now knows every nook and cranny of this place. The hallway behind the exit that Izuku's taking leads directly to the examinee changing rooms, rather than the more roundabout way that everyone else is supposed to be heading in, going through the front. The long, empty hallway was completely dark, so Izuku created a dim light next to his head and allowed it to float there. Too antsy to walk slowly, Izuku sprints down the hall, his talons scraping against the porcelain tiles as he moves. His wings flap behind him a little, just to give him some of the extra speed he couldn't get through flying, since the hall is so narrow. It makes him itch to get out into the open air, but he'll just have to wait. He gets to beat up robots again soon, anyway. When he finally makes it to the door at the other end of the hall, he can't hear anyone outside of it. With the coast clear, he shoves the door open and strides across the width of the hallway and into one of the rooms with actual changing rooms, rather than just a bunch of rows of lockers. They're designed for students with mutation quirks, and/or students who are insecure about their appearances due to their quirks. It's nice that Nedzu thought about that when designing the place. The room is massive, with tall ceilings and wide, tall doors lining the walls. The far wall is lined with lockers, painted in UA's signature dark green. The doors to the changing rooms are all made differently to be as accessible as possible. Some are automatic for those who don't have regular hands, others are normal door handles. They all have an electronic tag on the door, stating whether they're occupied or not. Izuku pushes open the nearest door, softly shutting it behind him. He removes his outfit from his messenger bag, laying it on the metal stool in front of him, folded neatly. He makes a quick scan around the room and finds nothing out of the ordinary: beige walls, 2 full-length mirrors on opposing sides of each other, a linoleum floor with a bit of dust gathering in the corners. The LED lights flicker a bit in a way really only noticeable to him. It looks like a changing room in one of those massive American department stores, not that he's ever been in one. It gives him a headache. Deeming the room safe, he picks up his outfit, a simple sleeveless turtleneck and cargo pants that fit loosely around his legs yet tightly around his talons, allowing for a full range of motion without the worry of the loose fabric getting caught on something. Both garments are black, the pants being a slightly darker shade. There's also a gray zip-up sweatshirt that Hisashi had insisted on putting in his bag in case he gets cold. Izuku runs his hand over the cool fabric of the shirt, making sure it will be okay on his burns. They're still painful to this day, despite how fast Shoyuta claims he'd been healing when he first arrived at the apartment that day. That was just about 7 years ago now, but the wrong kinds of fabric even lightly brushing against them can still have him flinching violently away in pain. His bedsheets are quirk-enhanced, just to make sure he doesn't wake up after accidentally rolling onto his side where the fabric can touch the burns. Apparently this shirt is quirk-enhanced too, because it has the same unnaturally cool and soft feeling that his bedsheets do. His wings shrink at a thought, allowing him to tug his shirt on and pull his wings through the holes in the back. The rest of his clothes quickly follow. He looks at himself in the mirror for only a moment before stepping out into the main room to put his remaining belongings in a locker. He's glad to see that he isn't the only person using these rooms. While it is under no circumstances necessary for mutant quirked people to use these rooms, a lot of them do feel more comfortable utilizing them. Izuku, with his wings, odd-looking eyes, scars, tail, and legs that aren't anywhere near human, prefers these changing rooms as well. He spots a tall boy with 6 arms and a face mask walk into the room and swiftly shut himself into one of the changing rooms. Not even looking at Izuku. A boy with a bird head catches the door before it swings shut, and takes the room that Izuku was just in, not sparing the other avian boy a glance. A shy-looking kid with a rocky-looking head makes eye contact with Izuku, before immediately looking away and darting into a changing room. Izuku shrugs off the strange behavior, reshapes his wings to be the proper size and shape, and works on adjusting some of the feathers in them. Large feathers are a hassle to take care of, honestly. He can't really get help with them either, since anyone else touching his wings feels weirdly personal, no matter how hard it is for him to do it himself. It's incredibly frustrating. Another group of kids come into the changing rooms, though they don't look like they're from the same middle school. A boy with void black skin, one with mandibles, and a large burly kid with fur all arrive in quick succession, followed shortly by another tall kid with strange holes in his yellowish head, and a boy with exposed teeth. Izuku can hear more people approaching from the hall, but he can't afford to stick around for that long. He's done adjusting his feathers, and they might think he's weird for lingering. He doesn't want to make a negative impression on people who might be his future classmates. He pushes open the door on the other side of the locker rooms from the entrance, and finds a short hallway that connects all the rooms to an exit. He's been in this hallway before, so he knows that the door at the end leads to a parking lot. These changing rooms are literally only used for exams and field trips, so there aren't any training grounds nearby. Cold wind combs through Izuku's curly hair, making him shiver as the sliding doors open in front of him. As he emerges from the building and his eyes adjust to the sun, Izuku spots a tall figure standing in front of one of the buses, Ectoplasm Sensei. Izuku chirps. Ectoplasm is the one driving all the buses to their testing sites, given that he's just one person to pay rather than many. Ectoplasm looks over at the noise and relaxes a small bit when he sees the young boy. Izuku smiles towards him. "You know I'm flying to the testing site, right? I think Nedzu told you which one I'm at?" Buses and trains always make Izuku feel suffocated, so when he can, he always flies. He feels so much more in control up in the sky. "Of course I remember, young Shirakumo. Good luck on your exam." Ectoplasm bows his head slightly in a nod, wishing him luck. Though he doesn't see Ectoplasm often, Izuku always thinks he's great when he does. He'd helped create Izuku's math courses as a kid, and they were always very thorough and easy to understand, so he holds Ectoplasm in high regard. "Thank you, Uncle Ecto. Good luck with all the teenagers you're going to be driving there." Izuku takes off before he can reply, but he's sure that he hears an indignant scoff coming from the man. He may call him uncle, or sensei, but it's still fun to tease the man. Wind whips in Izuku's ears and into his eyes as he flies. He, having a third eyelid and the inability to go deaf, isn't bothered too much. Kigo has been jealous ever since he found that out, since he has to wear a visor and headphones when he flies. He says they give him headaches from the pressure on the sides of his head. Izuku dips his head down to look at the ground, and can start to make out examinees just starting to get on the buses far behind him. He grins, knowing that he'll be the first one there and feeling oddly smug about it, before facing forward again and seeing that he was nearly there already. He'd forgotten how close these sites were to the school, since they're so well hidden. When he lands and spots the observation tower from his spot near the gate, he has to repress the urge to sneak up on it and startle everyone inside by flying right up to the window and pretending to be climbing the outside of the building. He's caused quite a few incidents by scaring people before, but he probably shouldn't do that right before his exam. Izuku sends a laser-thin beam of light straight into the lens of one of the security cameras. He flashes the Morse code for, "Hello, Otsun," knowing that the gruff man was watching him and would absolutely understand what he was saying. Shoyuda had been disappointed in himself for never noticing when Izuku did it to Kigo's feather last year, so he's been more observant lately and is becoming more efficient at Morse code. The unfortunate part about getting to the site early is that there's nothing to do until the exam starts. He isn't the best at kicking rocks given his talents, so he hops around from tree to tree, at least the few that are scattered around where he is. It's a road and a wide sidewalk, sure, but there are still a few, like when cities in America try to make themselves look less dead. Jumping around entertained him for around 3 minutes, at which point he'd explored every branch of all 10 trees in the area. He latches on to one of the taller, sturdier branches he'd seen with his feet, hanging upside down and picking at the beds of his talons. He'd sharpened them this morning specifically in preparation for the exam, but he's going to file them again once he's done. Razor-sharp talons are a pain to deal with. He had no idea how some girls do it willingly with acrylics. They're braver souls than him, apparently. More minutes pass, and Izuku starts carving kanji into fallen leaves with his talons. It's difficult to do without tearing it and while still hanging upside down, so he switches to trying to make parts of it invisible. Squinting doesn't really help in his efforts, only serving to make his vision blurry around the edges. Whatever. The screeching of brakes makes Izuku look away from his leaf, dropping it onto the ground and swinging up to sit upright on the branch. He's honestly relieved that he's no longer by himself and bored. The moment the bus comes to a complete stop, people start pouring out of the doors and onto the sidewalk area. One boy with blue hair and engines in his legs starts yelling at everybody to be orderly and to respect this sacred institution. But Izuku just rolls his eyes and disappears before anyone can see him up in the tree. Especially that kid. He'd probably get yelled at for defacing the life here. As if he's a bird, he loves trees. He hops down from his branch, and at least a couple people start giving the tree weird looks, but they all just shrug and move on. Izuku thinks they're being too passive. They clearly noticed that something was in that tree, but they didn't move to investigate. He notices one girl that he'd seen near the entrance to UA, a brunette whose name he didn't catch. She'd, embarrassingly enough for him, caught him after he tripped over his own tail. He still hasn't thanked her yet. Izuku drops his invisibility, pretending like he's always been a part of the crowd, and tries to make his way over to thank her. Unfortunately, his luck is never that good. He feels a tight grip on his shoulder, and just barely manages to not yelp in pain when his burns are harshly pushed against. What do you think you're doing? Trying to sabotage that girl over there? She's clearly trying to focus on herself before the exam. Dimon, this dude wouldn't know relaxation if it hit him in the face with a meditation textbook. Izuku's social skills aren't really up to par, so the most he can do is chirp out an, before he hears the gate to the testing site unlocking. Finally, Izuku's head swivels behind him, no doubt freaking out the engine dude like it does everybody else, before he turns himself invisible again and leaps into the air, leaving everyone else in his dust. He tucks his wings close to his body and twists sideways, just barely slipping through the gap in the door that's just wide enough for one person. The silence coming from behind him is disappointing. He'd known that the test had started when the doors unlocked, and now they're mostly open and only a few people have noticed. Izuku drops his invisibility again, and he stays visible. The judges have to know where he is in order to give him points. From the speakers on the site, Hisashi's voice blares. That's right, there are no countdowns in a real battle. That kid there's got the right idea. Go, 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 little listeners. Really, sometimes he's just too enthusiastic. It's also a little weird hearing his dad referring to him as that kid. Not that he could exactly announce that Izuku was his son to all of the examinees, anyway. They'll just have to get used to it. It's going to happen at school too. When Izuku spots the first robot, a three-pointer, he doesn't even have to think about what to do. Removing all the light from an area is pretty easy for him, which leaves the robot blind to his movements. Then it's just a matter of finding its weak spots and tearing out the wires, but he's done that dozens of times before when preparing for the exam in the UA training gyms. He leaps onto the back of the robot, gripping tightly around its outer shell with his feet, preventing it from shaking him off. The metal shell is surprisingly easy to remove, exposing wires and circuit boards just waiting to be destroyed. Wires are easier to cut, so Izuku bears the sharp talons on his hands and slashes across them, tearing them in a mess of sparks and metal. The robot instantly shuts down, and Izuku uses its back as a launching point in case it explodes. A glance back reveals that it doesn't, simply collapsing onto the road, but it's better to be safe than sorry. The next robot he finds goes down much the same, with Izuku ripping its wires like butter and leaping away to find his next target. By now, other examinees have dispersed around the site, taking down robots left and right and claiming their own points. Izuku stays around the edges of the mock city, the area meant to represent low-income neighborhoods. Villains are abundant there, and few heroes, examinees in this case, ever patrol there, so points are incredibly easy to rack up. 2- and 3-pointers are a bit more rare than in the middle of the city, but when there's just so many robots it doesn't really matter. After a while, Izuku moves into the middle-class areas, where 2- and 3-pointers will be more frequent. He had just found a 3-pointer that he was about to shut down when a beam of sparkling light cut across his field of vision, destroying the robot in one go. The light definitely wasn't his own doing, so he turns to the source, just to find a blonde kid winking at him and speaking in French. It was clear to Izuku that this kid didn't actually know that much of the language, so who knows why he was saying anything at all. Good thing Izuku does know French. Turns out being some sort of linguistic genius due to his quirk does have its benefits. Vraiment, fallait-il que tu me voles ms points? Je l'avais sous contrôle, blondie. As expected, the blonde boy looks confused and uncomfortable for a moment before running away, not saying a thing. Izuku watches him go, then flies away from the corpse of the robot as well. There's no point in sticking around, and the clock is still ticking down. Izuku manages to take down 3 more robots, all 2-pointers, and starts looking for more from the air before a rumbling resonates from the middle of the city, echoing between the sides of the buildings. He's sure that if he were on the ground, he'd be able to feel the rumbling even from the edge of the city. At first Izuku thinks it's an earthquake, but metallic groaning and murky green rising above the tops of buildings suggests otherwise. The 0-pointer. Man, that's just unfair. Even though he's seen these things before, while he was helping Power Loader replace a missing part or two, them being in the middle of the city really puts their size into perspective. It's a little intimidating, especially when they're crushing reinforced concrete like chalk. Izuku doesn't plan on interacting with the thing, since killing it will get him no points, but a pained shout draws his attention to where the brunette girl from earlier has her ankle pinned under a pile of rubble. When Izuku makes it down to try and help her, he realizes that there's no way for him to lift the rubble himself. He leaves her there, remembering that her quirk has something to do with gravity, and launches himself towards the head of the robot. When lands on its head, he's surprised to find that the control panel is exceedingly easy to access, even more so than on the smaller robots. Maybe it's to give them a decent chance at taking the thing down, even though most wouldn't even bother. Maybe it's because most people wouldn't bother that it's so easy to get to. He wouldn't be surprised either way. Sharp talons pry the cover away from the neck of the robot, leaving hundreds of wires exposed. Izuku doesn't bother being careful, tearing all of them at once, sparks flying in his face. The robot shuts down all at once, and Izuku knows he hit the right ones. Just as the robot starts to tip backwards, losing its balance, Izuku leaps off and circles above it, watching it fall. The robot falls with a massive crash, sheets of metal crumpling under its own weight. When the dust has settled, Izuku lands on the ground in front of the girl, ignoring the gawking onlookers. "Are you okay? Is your leg hurt badly?" Izuku helps the girl get on her good foot, supporting her with his forearms. A buzzer sounds, and Hisashi announces the end of the exam, but Izuku just ignores it. The tapping of a cane interrupts what the girl was about to say, and a different voice speaks up. "Don't worry, dearie. She'll be all right." "Recovery girl. Can you see if her ankle is okay, please?" Recovery girl nods, leaning forward to kiss the girl's cheek. She blushes and looks a little tired, but is able to stand on her own, so Izuku lets her go. "Are you injured, dearie?" Recovery girl turns to Izuku, who shakes his head, examining him all over. Excluding his scars, Recovery girl deems him uninjured, and nods before turning around and starting to hand out candy on her way to the other testing sites. Izuku follows her distantly, and just as she reaches the gate she calls, "Good job with the 0-pointer, dear," over her shoulder before disappearing around the corner. Other examinees start to file out as well, so Izuku simply takes off and flies away to the main building. It's easier than trying to arrange a meeting point with his dads and Kigo. Thinking over the exam and finding things to improve on isn't hard. He would have done better if he could have been invisible, but it would have been harder for the judges to grade. In total, Izuku thinks he got about 50 combat points, leaving him far above the passing range. But knowing UA, there's probably another aspect to the scoring system he hasn't been made aware of. Efficiency? Rescue? Compatibility with others? It could be anything, honestly. He also probably should have been more careful with the robot at the end. He hadn't really been thinking, just trying to keep it from running people over, but if it had toppled forwards the whole thing would have ended terribly. Altogether, though, the test was kind of boring. Weak points were exceedingly easy to find on the robots, and only towards the end did anything major occur. There was that one French kid, but he hadn't even really seen anybody else, since he focused mainly on the outskirts of the fake city. When Izuku lands on the roof of the UA building, Kigo is already there to greet him, for some reason. The plan was for him to go straight to the teacher's lounge after, but he apparently just couldn't wait around for him. "Yes." Izuku rolls his eyes as he's gently wrapped up in Kigo's wings and released again, nearly getting whiplash in the process. "Did you kick butt?" "I bet you totally did." "Yes, I kicked butt, Kigo." He gives pointed looks to the hero. But it was annoyingly easy to just rip off the control panel covers and destroy everything there. People were giving it 110% while I only had to give, like, 50, just because of the control panels that nobody else noticed. "Well, good job figuring out those panels, Is, but not everybody can just leap onto the robots' backs and stay there long enough to do that without being thrown off." Kigo laughs. "Especially not most middle schoolers." Fair, but still. Nobody else did it. They were just relying on brute force. That's something that's frustrated him about the hero industry for as long as he can remember. The Hero Commission always relies on brute force and violence, when a great many incidents could be solved by utilizing quirks that affect the body or mind instead. Midnight specializes in subduing robbers, kidnappers, and run-of-the-mill villains by subtly knocking them out. If she had been taking the test this year, she would have failed to get into the hero course just because her quirk doesn't work on robots. Kigo hums in understanding, but no more words are exchanged. Occasional chirps to the tune of, "Are you injured?" or "Are you hungry?" fill the silence, but the answer is no to most of those, so they just sit down and wait for their parents, who are taking forever after the test. Oboro is the one who spots them, carrying himself and his husbands to the UA building on one of his clouds. He lowers the three of them onto the roof, jumping off the cloud to walk over to them. "Izuku, you did so well, kiddo." He grabs Izuku in a tight hug, holding the back of his head tight in lieu of his scarred back. Izuku wraps his arms around the man's waist, tucking his face into his chest. "We're so proud of you. You'll get in for sure, even if we can't vote on you." Izuku feels two other hands ruffle his hair gently, reverent words of his parents not said, but felt all the same. He pulls away from the hug with a smile. The exam was easy, he did well, and his parents are proud of him. He's exhausted. Can we fly home now, please? I'm tired. Izuku scratches behind his ear awkwardly, not wanting to make them leave faster than they want, but also realizing he'll probably collapse once he gets to the lounge, and he does not want to deal with the itchy couch fabrics on his burns today. Of course, kiddo. Kigo and I can go with you, but Shoyuta and Hizashi have some more work to do here. Is that all right? Yeah. Let's go home. If Izuku goes to sleep that night with a goofy grin on his face, kicking and chirping under his breath in excitement, that's nobody's business but his own. Fledgling. Izuku, your letter from UA arrived. Kigo shouts enthusiastically from Izuku's bedroom door, as if he wouldn't be able to hear him. He's waving the letter above his head, a heavy object within the envelope flopping about limply. Izuku swivels in his rolling chair to face his brother, completely forgetting the hero analysis summer work from Nedzu on this desk. His tail twitches excitedly behind him, much to the fascination of the cats standing behind Kigo. Gimme! Izuku snatches the envelope from Kigo's hands in one quick swipe, startling the young hero. He carefully tears open the top of the envelope with one sharpened talon, making sure the contents don't fall out and onto the floor. He's seen these types of letters in the past, pre-recorded messages by the teachers or principal of UA to announce a student's acceptance into the school. Rejection letters were always sent out typed and on paper, so watching this video was more of a formality than anything. The small metal disc is placed carefully on his desk, and a projected screen springs to life before Izuku's eyes. The screen flickers in a way that hurts Izuku's eyes, so he has to squint to get a good look at it. Unfortunately, he's met with the sight of the number 1 hero's smiling face. Kigo hisses at the image, clearly still in control of himself but hating the other blonde hero anyway. Izuku sighs, running the palm of his hand down his face. He, and by extension his family, had developed a strong dislike for the hero 10 months ago, when All Might had attempted to crush Izuku's dreams before leaving him on a rooftop. Under the assumption that Izuku was quirkless. Like a quirkist idiot. Really, the whole thing was a messy and complicated situation to begin with, since Izuku had just had a villain try to attack him. The villain failed, by the way, and he was tired. When he'd finally gotten home that night, his view of the man had been shattered. Not that All Might was ever his favorite, no, but he had idolized him a lot as a small kid. A symbol that things could get better, that you're never stuck in a terrible situation permanently. Who wouldn't love that image? His family took his side the instant he told them what All Might had said. Now they all have a special resentment for the man. Unfortunately, the hero now is tainting his acceptance message with his presence, just like his signature had on his last attempt at a hero analysis journal. He'd had to rewrite the whole thing over again, since All Might had ruined his system of organizing his notes by scrawling his massive signature across 2 whole pages. It messed up his system, and for that crime he'll never be forgiven. Izuku shuts off the projection with a defeated groan. He already knows he got in, there's no point in watching the rest of it. The rest of the information will be in the written transcript anyway. He turns to Kigo, who just blinks for a moment and looks back at him slightly confused. Izuku just grins and crushes the projector in one hand, letting its pieces crumble onto the floor. It was cheap plastic and not super expensive to manufacture, so he doesn't feel too bad about it. Let's go talk to the dad trio. I'm done with this. Izuku marches out of his room and herds Kigo along with him with one of his wings. His brother stumbles after him, but laughs and follows along anyway. Kigo kicks open the door to their parents' bedroom with one foot, startling the occupants inside. Did you guys know that All Might was the one recording the acceptance letters? Izuku stares at his 3 dads with his hands on his hips, trying not to laugh at the sight. His dads are laying in a pile together, just reading some books with the cats nestled in various places on the bed with them. 6 pairs of eyes stare at them for a long second before relaxing when they process that there's not a threat. Years as pro-heroes means that when someone comes kicking down your door, you learn to assume the worst first. That aside, the blue-haired man in the pile speaks up. No, we didn't know. Usually Nedzu records them all by himself, so we wouldn't have known anyway, Oboro dismisses. I take it this means that all might was in your acceptance message? Up. I destroyed the projector. Now, Izuku says, flopping carelessly onto the pile of bodies as well and ignoring his parents' protests at his destruction of the projector. What are we doing to celebrate? 'Cause I am not about to spend the rest of the night being bored without at least getting snacks out of you guys. Oboro smirks and pulls a massive bag of trail mix out of one of the clouds that had been floating near the ceiling. It's Izuku's favorite, with all of his favorite nuts, baked seeds, and dried berries. Having an avian quirk gives a person a special type of love for those, apparently. That bag is out of the air and being ripped open the moment he lays eyes on it. He starts chipping away at the snacks, taking small bites to savor it as much as possible. Kigo pouts next to him, clearly jealous he didn't get any, even though he hasn't done anything noteworthy to deserve it recently. Izuku just stares at him. You little sheet, you know what you're doing, Kigo chirps at him. Stop eating those right in front of me. Izuku smirks and slowly eats another dried berry. Why should I? You know damn well I could steal those with my feathers faster than you could blink. Don't try me, Kigo quips back and turns away from the younger boy, who just pouts and holds his bag close to his body. Boys, please tell me you're not arguing over the trail mix? Hisashi asks, a small smile clear in his voice. No, they both say at the same time. Somehow I very much doubt that, Shoyuta groans. Anyway kiddo, you got first place in the entrance exam. 65 villain points, 35 rescue points, 100 total. Triple digits, congrats. Now, do you know whose class you're in and things like that? He asks, lifting up his head from where it was resting on Hisashi's shins to look Izuku in the eye. Izuku is a little surprised at the fact that he got first place, but he shakes his head. No, I don't know. Am I in Vlad's class? He asks. It seems like the most logical choice. Shoyuta is his dad, and if anybody found out, he'd be accused of favoritism, whether he was actually being completely fair or not. Surprisingly, apparently the rat wanted you to have the opportunity to learn from someone who already knows you well and has a similar fighting style. Shoyuta rubs his eyes exasperatedly. I'm pretty sure Nedzu's resolve is made of steel. He wouldn't budge. Yeah, that sounds like him. Izuku tosses another handful of trail mix into his mouth. Go easy on me, please. Shoyuta smirks. Not in this or any other universe, kiddo. Kay, what do you think of my outfit? Izuku says, spinning in a small, quick circle. Oh my goodness, Ias, you look so cute. Kigo exclaims. Izuku looks back to the full-length mirror resting against one of the walls in his room and poses in front of it for a second. His outfit isn't actually all that special. In fact, it's just his uniform for school, but he's got something a little different. In the form of a skirt. The shirt and blazer are cut to accommodate his wings' long holes cut into the back, starting right above the shoulder joint of his wings and stretching all the way to the seams at the bottom, with a few snapping buttons right at the end so he can shrug on his shirt and blazer instead of needing to shove his wings through each time. Otherwise, it's completely normal. His skirt is more like a tennis skirt, with shorts attached underneath. The skirt allows him to cover the base of his tail well, and it's so much easier to put on than long pants like the rest of the boys' uniforms have. His papa and dad had been especially excited about the skirt, since they both like to wear them from time to time and want him to like whatever he wears. Honestly, he's really excited to wear it to school every day. It's just so comfortable. His shoes, or lack thereof, were the most difficult to figure out. He can't exactly walk around the school barefoot after being outside, but shoes are impossible unless he uses his human feet, which he prefers not to, and then he found out that Nizu already had a solution for that, in the form of a dirt-dissolving spray specifically for people with foot mutations that prevent them from wearing shoes, like him. Apparently there's an exchange student this year with hooves for feet that needed the same thing, so at least he's not alone. Oh, Oboro says, peeking around the doorframe with a wide smile. You look great, kiddo. The taller man adjusts his position to be leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed. Just so you know, we should be leaving soon if you want to get there before the rest of your class. Okay, Papa, I got it. Izuku says, stiffening and dashing to get his bright yellow messenger bag from where it's lying on the bed, already packed. He slips the strap over his head and one of his wings, then practically hops out the door. Both Kigo and Oboro have to lean out of his way so they don't get hit in the face by his wings. Otusan, Dad. What do you think? Izuku says, spinning again as he enters the living room. Shoyuta just smiles a bit and nods his approval, causing Izuku to beam. Hizashi doesn't seem to notice his arrival, so Izuku marches into the kitchen to get within his line of sight. Dad, put your hearing aids in. It's almost time to go, Izuku signs with a small pout on his face. Hizashi just gasps loudly at Izuku's outfit and starts gushing over him, completely ignoring Izuku's advice. It takes Kigo's feathers physically pulling Hizashi off of Izuku for the older man to let go, since he can't hear Izuku's joking pleas for mercy. After the chorus of "You look great, kiddo" is done, Izuku smiles, slides open the main balcony door, climbs onto the rail, and falls with a two-fingered salute. It's genuinely out of nowhere, with no warning, but he's ready for the day and impatient. Hizashi nearly has a heart attack. Izuku doesn't waste time staring at the massive halls of UA. He'd done that plenty as an 8-year-old kid, and by now he's desensitized to the whole thing. His wings and tail do flutter in excitement for the school year, though. He may have seen UA 1,000 times before, explored every nook and cranny and made nests in every comfortable spot in the vents, but he's never been a student here. At least, not officially anyway, since Nedza did guide most of his elementary schooling and all of his junior high curriculum. Either way, the idea of having real classmates again, that hopefully won't bully him, makes him want to do loops in the air, but he keeps his composure and keeps walking since he doesn't exactly have the room to fly anyway. He slides open the door to his classroom, 1A, and looks around the room. A couple other students are here, a girl with a black ponytail and a boy with 6 arms, which is honestly really cool, and Izuku is definitely not incredibly thrilled at the idea of having a classmate with more than the standard 4 limbs, because he's not that much of a nerd. He is. He remembers seeing him in the changing rooms before the practical exam, so he's looking forward to getting to know him. Neither of his new classmates seem eager to speak much, though the girl's eyes widen at the sight of Izuku's large black wings and his skirt. Her expression schools itself quickly, though, so they just nod politely at each other before Izuku sits down at his assigned desk. The classroom is almost disappointingly plain. Of course, the teachers work in rotations and so aren't allowed to decorate the rooms too much, but diamin. The homeroom teachers are at least allowed to put up a plastic potted plant or two, yet this classroom feels unnervingly sterile. There's nothing even in the room besides the 20 student desks and the teacher's podium. Maybe I could convince Otusan to let me hang up some string lights? Izuku ponders as he shoves his yellow messenger bag under his low-backed chair. The door is pushed open again, this time by none other than that blue-haired nitpicker from the exam. For some reason, he looks surprised to see other people already in the room. "Ah, I see," the boy says, pushing his glasses up on his nose. "I suppose I shouldn't have expected to be the first person here. Kudos to you 3 for arriving here with ample time to spare," he almost shouts. Izuku winces at the harsh volume, but mostly tries to ignore the other boy. "You." Izuku's head snaps up at the loud exclamation, but doesn't make eye contact. Strangers don't like it when he does that. "You noticed and utilized a part of the exam grading that I shamefully did not. I admit that you were a superior candidate to me. Please forgive me for my rude behavior from before the exam took place." The boy dips into a stiff bow, instantly making Izuku uncomfortable. "Oh no, it's fine. Really, you were right, I might have distracted her if I interrupted. Also, I figured there would be a second part to the exam, but I really didn't know what. I was just winging it," Izuku says, waving his hands a little in front of him. The unintentional pun in his last sentence is not lost on him, and apparently not on the girl sitting 2 seats behind him either, since she's trying to hide a snicker into her fist. "I see," the blue-haired boy says, standing up straight again. "Well, I would still like to apologize. Let us start over. My name is Ida Tenya. I attended semi-private academy," he says, his rigid hand resting over his tie. "Oh, Shirakumo Izuku. I was homeschooled," Izuku says nervously, using one talon to scratch awkwardly at the small feathers near his ears. After that, there was just a little bit of small talk before Ito went to his own assigned seat, thankfully on the other side of the room. More people started filing in, some he recognizes, like that blonde French kid, and a few people from the changing rooms, as well as some he doesn't, like a boy with tape dispensers for elbows, or a girl with bright pink skin and yellow and black eyes. Looking forward to talking with her about her eye mutations. His are currently a bright yellow as well, like an owl. Actually, scratch that, they shouldn't be. It's far too bright in this classroom. With a thought, Izuku's eyes are back to their normal human state, a bright green color with no visible mutations to speak of. The pink girl gasps quietly and stares at him while blinking rapidly. He just gives her a small, awkward smile in return, but she only seems even more interested. Eventually, a boy with spiky blonde hair and a harsh glare barges into the room. Izuku recognizes him immediately, but the other boy Kaken doesn't seem to do the same. More people make their way into the room, but Izuku doesn't bother to take note of their appearance anymore. He's far too distracted now. Kaken is my classmate. Oh crap, what if he recognizes me at some point? He didn't know about my quirk back then, so of course he'd think I'm somebody else, and it has been several years, but how will I explain my disappearance to him? How do I say, yeah, turns out your auntie that you loved so much SXD but burned and scarred me permanently, kicked me out, I'm adopted by our sensei by the way, then she got arrested, killed in prison, and oh yeah, did I mention I have one of the rarest quirk types in existence and I was never quirkless, so all that time you spent bullying me was for absolutely nothing. Anyway, good to see you, Kaken. Like what the hell? Izuku's honestly glad he consciously trained himself to reduce his mumbling, since his thoughts are running at 1,000,000 kilometers a minute. After Kaken has been thoroughly lectured by Ida about respecting school property, and the brown-haired gravity girl from the exam introduces herself to Izuku, he's pulled out of his thoughts when he almost busts out laughing at the sight of his Autosan in his yellow sleeping bag. If you're here to socialize, get out. Izuku has to hide his smile in his hand, though he pretends that he's hiding a surprised expression instead. This is the hero course. Shoyuta just sighs, stepping out of his sleeping bag. It took you all 10 seconds to quiet down. Time is limited, that won't be acceptable. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta, and I'm going to be your homeroom teacher. Nice to meet you. Several gasps of doubt echo through the room, but nobody speaks up. The man leans on the podium, looking them over again. If Izuku didn't know this was an intimidation tactic and wasn't prepared for it, he might have been scared. He just smiles at his Otusan, who rolls his eyes and stands up straight. Put on your P uniforms and go out to the field. I won't ask twice, he says, already walking out of the room. Izuku takes the lead in directing the class to the locker rooms by the field, though he's not sure if the other students know that they're subconsciously following him. It doesn't matter either way. Once they reach the lockers, Izuku immediately takes a changing stall. People do not need to see his burn scars while he's changing. Especially not Kaken, they don't need to see him changing at all, in fact. Once he's done and he's sure that most everybody is out of the room, Izuku steps out of the stall and deposits his uniform into his small locker. The six-armed teen emerges around the same time as Izuku, and a look of quiet understanding is exchanged between them. They don't speak of it. Once they're all together in a group, Shachua addresses them again. Shirakumo, you got the highest score in the practical exam. I want you to throw this ball as far as you can, just don't step outside of the circle, Shoyuta says, his eyes glinting with subtle mischief that Izuku is absolutely going to utilize. Of course, sensei. Izuku says with false nervousness, walking over to him and grabbing the ball. Izuku steps into the circle, examines the ball for a moment, then looks up to confirm his theory with Shoyuta without words. His theory being, he can't step outside the circle, but he can fly outside of it. A small nod and a tiny smile that are invisible to the rest of the class gives Izuku all the permission he needs. He crouches down low, much to the confusion of his classmates, before leaping straight upwards and flapping his wings heavily to give himself some lift. Once he's hovering in the air, he dashes forwards, flying high above obstacles like trees and walls. Eventually, he gets to the edge of campus and decides to drop the ball right outside of the main wall, not even bothering to throw it a few feet farther. He leaves it there for a few seconds, locks in the distance by tapping the ball on a particular stitch 3 times, then picks it up again without landing and carries it all the way back to the field. He lands neatly within the circle, then grins and hands the ball back to Shoyuta. 1025.74 meters, Shoyuta drawls, reading from the small screen in his hands. Good work. Thank you, sensei. Izuku nods, a smile on his face. It might look like pride at his own accomplishments to anyone else, but they both know that it's because it feels so ridiculous for Izuku to be calling Shoyuta sensei rather than Otusan. Wait a minute, some tiny kid with purple ball on his head squeaks. You said he couldn't leave the circle, that's cheating. What the heck? Mineta, in case you weren't paying attention, I never said, don't leave the circle, I said, don't step outside of the circle. Shirakumo followed my instructions perfectly fine. Shoyuta grins his Cheshire grin, and Izuku shivers along with the rest of the students. How about this? The person who scores in last for these tests will be deemed to have no potential and will be expelled. Give it your all. Shouts of protest ring out, and Izuku moves to rejoin his classmates. Once Shoyuta scolds them about the unfairness of the world, the rest of the tests go just as planned. The ball toss is first, and Izuku just hangs towards the back of the group, having already done his. The first to go after Izuku is Aoyama, who attempts to blast the ball forwards using his naval laser, only for it to destroy the ball and a bit of his intestines instead. Ashido goes next, and her ball meets a similar fate, not lasting long against her corrosive acid. Azui is actually pretty successful, using her tongue to throw the ball like a slingshot. Ida kicks it with his engine, Uraraka floats it into the sun, all of his classmates try their hand at using their quirks to get it as far as possible. Izuku will admit that when Bakugu's turn comes up, he flinches rather violently at the sound of the blonde's explosions. The memories of being at the receiving ends of those blasts are painful, but he's mostly moved on from them. Bakugo was just a dumb little kid that always got what he wanted, though whether or not he's changed remains to be seen. The next test is the 50-meter dash, and Izuku's proud to say that he beat Ida's score by a whole second, though he wasn't racing against him. His wings provided most of the power for the dash, but his legs gave him that little bit of extra push he needed to pull ahead. Wow, Shirakumo. You beat Ida? He's supposed to be the fastest guy in the class. Uraraka cheers, looking at him with an odd expression. Ah, well, he would be faster if I wasn't using my wings. It's just instinct to use them though, they help me keep balance. I'd look like a running chicken otherwise, Izuku mumbles, blushing and scratching next to his ear with a single talon. Yeah, that would be awkward, wouldn't it? I mean, I could have just run it normally by shrinking my wings and by making my feet more human, but I don't really like to do either of those. Also, this is a test of our quirks, so it makes more sense to use them anyway. Izuku demonstrates his point by transforming his wings to be a lot smaller, almost looking like a cherub's wings. They're useless when they're that small, so Izuku only does that when he's changing into an especially difficult outfit. I see. Uraraka gasps. So your quirk is a transformative type, then? That's so cool. I'd wondered why you kept looking just a bit different every time I glanced at you. Ah, well, it's a bit complicated, but yeah. That's part of it, at least. Uraraka opened her mouth to say something again, but was interrupted by their teacher's shrill whistle. Grip strength test, people. Izuku rolls his eyes at Shuta's bored drawl, then prays that nobody notices. Especially not Shoyuta, he'd be in for a rough time during training if he did. The rest of the tests are a breeze for Izuku. Standing long jump? Izuku just flies over it. Toe touches? He's naturally flexible. It's no big deal. Distance run? Izuku flies over the track 50 times by the time he gets bored. He could go longer, but Mineta only makes it halfway around the track before he collapses and most of the class is starting to look tired. Izuku lands and starts running with ostrich legs, not only outpacing his classmates, but completing 20 full laps before he notices that nobody else is running anymore. In total, he'd run and flown the track 50 times each. Once Izuku finally notices and touches down next to his classmates, Siro immediately starts hounding Izuku. Dude, You just ran 20 kilometers. In 24 minutes. You flew 20 kilometers in 12 minutes. That is 36 minutes total, to travel 40 kilometers. That's over a kilometer a minute on average. What the F dashed it? Zero, language, Shoyuta scolds. Izuku just looks at Zero in confusion. Yeah. One time I flew from Yuzutafu to Fukuoka and it only took, like, 8 hours. You'd be surprised how fast that went by with a good audiobook. Izuku PPS his head to the side when his classmates' jaws start hanging slack in shock. What? I took a 20-minute break for lunch, I didn't just fly non-stop. Izuku doesn't know why he's suddenly defending his actions, but the way his classmates are looking at him is making his feathers ruffle with discomfort. Why are they looking at him like he's crazy? He didn't say anything wrong, did he? Shoyuta clears his throat and stares at the group with his typical exhausted expression, hiding the lower portion of his face in his capture scarf. I can confirm that that did in fact happen. I've known Shirakumo for a while, and that was by far the dumbest thing I've ever heard of him doing. His brother and Pops confirmed it for me. Izuku snickers at the way that Shoyuta tries to hide the fact that he's Izuku's dad as well. He was grounded for a month after that stunt. Wait, how do you know Shirakumo-sensei? Someone on the back of the group asks. Izuku doesn't see who it is. I'm familiar with his parents, since they're pro-heroes. Shoyuta deflects with a wave of his hand. We were in the same class at UA. Izuku has to hide his laugh at the word, familiar, as Izuku wasn't literally the ring bearer for their wedding. Really? Izuku's able to see the speaker this time, Azui. Who are your parents, Karo? Wait, let me guess. Someone else shouts. Is it Hawks? Your quirks are kinda similar. Kirishima, it's obviously not Hawks. Hawks is only 22, he's way too young to be Shirakumo's dad. A girl with pink hair and skin says. Her name was Ashido, right? I'm actually adopted, Izuku admits. My parents are 30, way too young to have had me naturally. You're not going to be able to guess who they are based on my quirk. Izuku spots Bakugo narrowing his eyes at the admission, but the blonde doesn't say anything. It makes Izuku's skin crawl. Alright, that's enough. Shoyuta interrupts as more people start asking Izuku more questions about his parents and brother. It's time to see your scores. Sure enough, Shoyuta clicks a button on his handheld monitor and a projection springs to life in front of the group. Izuku scans the list, only to find himself in the number 1 spot. It surprises him a bit that there's nobody else that could have scored higher than him, though Yairosa's second-place score is only about 10 points below his own. An indignant screech pierces through the air, making Izuku wince at the sudden noise. The sound is coming from the front of the group, and based on Mineta's expression, Izuku can easily deduce who it was that got last place. A glance at the scoreboard confirms Izuku's theory. Mineta, you're expelled, Shoyuta sighs. Head to the principal's office to get the details. What the hell? You're expelling me but not that FNG freak in first place. Mineta screams, making Izuku curl in on himself. Several classmates with mutations either glare at the screaming boy or look at the dirt floor, while the rest just look uncomfortable. Why did he even get first place anyway? He obviously doesn't deserve it. Mineta, Shoyuta growls threateningly, his eyes glowing bright red and hair floating to indicate that he's using his quirk. I suggest you shut your effing trap before you find that my temper is rather limited. Mineta, like an idiot, doesn't listen to Shuta's advice. Come on, sensei. He looks like he belongs in a zoo. I mean, he's barely human at all. Izuku hunches over even further. He knows, logically, that he shouldn't listen to Mineta. He's just upset and a bigot, and he wants to blame someone for his shortcomings. Shoyuta whips out his capture scarf, binding Mineta's arms to his sides faster than he can blink. He looks like he's about to say something when the sound of large wings flapping draws his attention away from the boy. Kigo, in all his top 10 glory, lands in front of the group of students with practiced ease. Izuku looks at him desperately, but doesn't move to get any closer. He isn't sure if Kigo wants the class to know about them being brothers. Izuku's question is answered, however, when Kigo makes a beeline for Izuku. The taller man ruffles his brother's hair and kisses the top of his head briefly, making Izuku practically melt into the touch. "Hey, Ias," Kigo whispers in their secret language. "I heard what he said with the feather. Don't worry, I'll beat his butt for you." "Kigo and I, please don't," Izuku whispers back. "I don't want you to go to jail." Joking isn't the easiest when Izuku feels like crap, but Kigo just makes him feel at ease. He makes it easier. Kigo smiles at Izuku, which makes him feel better in turn. "I'll just scare him so bad he craps himself instead." Kigo turns his attention away from Izuku, but keeps his hand on Izuku's head. "Hey, Shortstack. I hear that you called my baby brother a freak." Kigo glares at him in a way that makes his point clear. "Look at me and say that again," it says. Given the fact that Kigo has a very similar mutation to Izuku, Mineta would be making a grave mistake if he did. Mineta turns as pale as a ghost, but he doesn't say anything. There's 20 witnesses to what he said, after all. It's too late to take it back, and he knows it. Crimson. Feathers pull free from Kigo's wings all at once, sharpening into blades and pointing themselves all directly at Mineta, who's still tied up in Shura's capture scarf. Izuku knows that Kigo wouldn't actually hurt Mineta, so he isn't too concerned with placating the hero. "I suggest you do some research about mutant quirks before you go and say that people belong in zoos," Kigo hisses at the trembling boy. "Miruko. Gang Orca. Shishido. Myself. Hell, even Cementos and Hound Dog. We're all heroes with mutations. We don't belong in zoos." You wouldn't go up to Miruko and say, "You belong in a pet shop," because she'd kick your butt all the way to California. You wouldn't tell Gang Orca, "You would make a great aquarium exhibit," because he'd look at you with murder in his eyes. I happen to know how to make the most brutal murders look like innocent mistakes. Perks of being trained by the government since childhood, I suppose. Would you like a demonstration? Kigo hisses, forcing eye contact and smiling at the boy who looks like he's about to PSS himself. Izuku decides that it's enough and elbows Kigo in the ribs. It seems that Shoyuta agrees, because suddenly he's whistling a sharp tone that directly translates to, "If you don't stop, you get no trail mix for a month." Kigo swiftly calls his feathers back to his wings, and Izuku stands up a bit straighter despite having not done anything wrong. The threat of no trail mix is a serious one. Mineta is released from Shura's capture scarf, and the purple boy immediately bolts towards the main building, looking like a cartoon with the dust trail he kicks up in his wake. It seems he doesn't want to risk making anybody angrier, and Izuku's glad he has at least some self-preservation, despite the fact he's not great at telling when people are said until it's too late. Shoyuta sighs in exasperation and exhaustion, and Izuku wholeheartedly agrees with the sentiment. He could definitely use a nap when they get home. "So, Hawks, would you care to explain why you were hovering so close to my class all day?" Shoyuta sighs while rubbing his eyes. "Well, Kigo and I is screwed." Izuku jokingly salutes and dashes for the rooftop before he can get caught up in whatever punishment Shura's about to come up with for Kigo for being so close to the class. He is not giving up his trail mix. On Izuku's second day of school, the winged boy is unpleasantly surprised when All Might bursts into the classroom. He's shouting about going through the door like a normal person, despite the fact that he's doing the exact opposite by holding onto the door frame and leaning forwards like a toddler. Izuku doesn't fail to notice the way that All Might's gaze lingers on him for a bit longer than the others. "You better recognize me, a-hole," but he brushes it off. It's not a huge deal. All Might can stare all he wants, but he's not gonna like the man. Izuku spaces out throughout the whole explanation, staring at his desk and daydreaming about sleeping on one of Oboro's clouds right about now. It would certainly be a lot better than having to listen to this idiot make some speech in his self-important voice. A few minutes pass, and eventually a remote is clicked that reveals their costume cases from the wall. Izuku stands and gets his case along with the rest of the class, though he hangs at the back of the group so as to not get in anybody's way with his wings. He notices the tall kid with 6 arms doing the same, and Izuku feels just a bit of camaraderie with the other boy. The walk down to the lockers is a lot easier and faster than yesterday, since everybody knows the way pretty well by now. Izuku ducks into a changing room again, for the same reasons as last time. He doesn't want them to see his scars, at least not until he trusts them more. A lot more. Izuku is practically vibrating with excitement when he opens his case on the small bench in the room. He's been waiting for this his whole life. And now he's about to get it, physical proof of his hard work. A real hero costume. Izuku's costume is a practical one. The first thing Izuku sees when he opens his costume case is his headset. It's not much, with a pair of visors and headphones that closely imitate Kigo's own. Izuku's also has a connected oxygen mask for high elevation flying, or for civilian rescue when necessary. It's detachable, but also connects directly to his visor to become one larger mask. His top is a plain compression turtleneck, with long, dark green feathers embroidered into the sides in a way that has them running up his ribs and towards his back. It's also thermally controlled, which was a piece of technology Izuku was fascinated by when he first experienced it. Birds aren't able to sweat, which means that whenever Izuku needs to cool down in the summer, his choices are to pour cold water on himself, which is a waste and makes his clothes and feathers stick together in a nasty way, or he can pant kind of like a dog, which is inefficient and embarrassing to do in public. He remembers brushing it off as a kid by saying, "No, I just need to catch my breath, sorry," which made some people worried that he was asthmatic. All that to say that Izuku's grateful that the thermal system was put in, because then he doesn't need to pant like an idiot every time he gets a bit too warm. Izuku doesn't have a jacket with the summer version of his costume, since he's found that it creates more drag than he wants to deal with and ultimately weighs him down more than he prefers when flying. Of course, he would love to wear the jacket given how cool it makes Kigo look, but his brother can actually sweat, so it doesn't matter what season he wears it in. Izuku's pants are surprisingly practical. They're cargo pants, with large pockets that snap closed to securely hold their contents without the risk of them falling out while he's flying. The material turns into compression-type leggings at the ankle, which ordinarily wouldn't be very practical, but Izuku is a digitigrade, so it actually covers a large majority of his legs. It also makes it so that Izuku doesn't have to worry about his loose pants catching on anything while he's running. His talons are still exposed, however, given that Izuku can barely walk when there's anything on them. As far as support items go, Izuku's actually pretty surprised with how creative the support department was able to get. His hands have a set of rings and, surprisingly, a type of false nails that all come together to support his hands and talons when he's clawing or gripping something. Apparently they were worried that if he encountered the wrong type of material when fighting, that his talons would tear off their beds and it would either take forever to regrow, or he'd just lose them permanently. They clearly didn't know about the minor regeneration part of his quirk, but he appreciates the thought nonetheless. Plus, they look pretty cool, so he's not complaining. Along with those, the support department also provided him with 2 lightweight swords and 2 daggers, apparently trying to imitate the way that Kigo uses his feathers as blades. In all honesty, Izuku is really excited to use them, especially since Kigo had taught him the basics as part of his entrance exam training. Everything else is basic things like gauze, disinfectant, and a couple pairs of heightened CFFs that are all stored securely within his pockets. There's comms attached to his headset, and a panic button on the inner side of his upper arm. The button sends off a distress signal to any nearby heroes, including a recording of the last 5 minutes, a precise location, and basic vitals like heart rate and blood oxygen. Izuku had thought it was too much at first, but Oboro had reminded him how important all that information was in an emergency. He'd said that he's a bit shocked that that isn't standard procedure for heroes. That seems like something to bring up with Shoyuta, actually. His class will probably be grateful for the advice. When Izuku finishes changing, the first thing he does is find an empty corner of the room and flap his wings a bit, just to make sure that the shirt won't irritate the joints or the scars on his back. It doesn't cause any issues, which is a huge relief. He shouldn't have any problems with the exercise, then. Izuku looks around the room at his classmates, most of whom are almost done changing. There's Kaken with massive gauntlets on his arms. Why would he think those are a good idea? They're so impractical. It's so easy to imagine them getting in the way of his attacks and in rescue efforts that it's almost laughable. Another person catches his eye for a moment. Tokoyami, was it? His costume is really simple, nothing more than a large black cloak with a jumpsuit underneath it. His quirk, Dark Shadow, has their head peeking over Tokoyami's shoulder at something, and is mumbling something to him about needing him to have. his arms free even with the cloak. Tokoyami himself is trying his best to adjust his facial feathers with his arms being hindered by said cloak, and Izuku winces a bit. He wishes he could help, but he doesn't know too much about facial feathers. He's got some in his hair, sure, and some near his ears, but he doesn't have nearly as much as Tokoyami does. Does it get irritating, or is he used to it? By this point, people are starting to head out of the locker rooms, and so Izuku takes that as his cue to leave as well. He sees some of the girls leaving the locker rooms as well, then does a massive double take. Because Hagakure is naked, and he can see her. Izuku knows from the discussions of his classmates and her own introduction to some people that Hagakure's quirk is invisibility. It had confused him at first, because he can see her decently well even if she does look rather off. Then it hit him that it's because he has an abnormal range of vision, as has been explained to him many times. It's easy to forget given that it's normal for him, but apparently Shura's eyes don't normally glow to most people, and seeing in the UV spectrum is unusual. Unfortunately, he'd never thought to bring up the fact that he can see her. He didn't think it would be an issue, ever. And now it is a massive one. Hagakure, did you know that UV light doesn't pass through your body? Izuku tries to say in the nicest, most obvious way possible while also averting his eyes. He stands to her left, and his right wing ruffles with the natural urge to cover this poor girl. Honestly, what were the costume designers thinking, giving her nothing but boots and gloves? What happens when she gets cold, or just, wants modesty from people who can see her? Wait, really? How do you know that, oh my gosh, can you see me? Hagakure squeaks, and Izuku nods while finally putting out his right wing. He doesn't know if anybody else in the class can also see her, so he wants to do the right thing by covering her as best he can. He's also pointedly not looking in her direction, which seems to help her calm down again. Oh my goodness, that's so embarrassing. I'm so sorry, Shirakumo, I never thought about that. Nobody's ever been able to see me before. Nobody? Izuku asks quizzically. Statistically, that just doesn't make sense. It's possible, sure, but it seems unlikely. There are so many quirks out there, it makes zero sense for nobody to be able to see in the UV spectrum besides him. Well, I can, and there are probably villains out there who can as well. Did the support department not tell you about DNA-based clothing? No, she whispers, shuffling her feet awkwardly. Could you maybe get me back to the changing rooms? Without looking. Izuku nods his head, adjusting his wings so that they block her from the few people already at the meeting area and himself. He can see her boots from under the ends of his wings, so he keeps track of her that way. When they finally make it back to the changing rooms, which were pretty far away from the meeting point, Hagakure breathes a very heavy sigh of relief. Just as she pushes open the door to head inside and change back to her regular clothing, Yaoyorozu exits the changing rooms. The taller girl startles for a moment, obviously not expecting for Izuku to be standing right in front of the changing rooms. I'm sorry, Shirakumo, did you need something? Izuku frowns, not at her, but at her costume. This is arguably worse than Hagakure's. Yaoyorozu, is that your whole costume? Yaoyorozu looks confused for a moment before speaking. Yes, it is. I have to have skin exposed for my quirk to work properly, she explains, creating a small steel marble in her palm and under the fabric on her shoulder to demonstrate. Sure enough, the marble on her shoulder gets caught underneath the fabric, which, yeah, that's a reasonable problem. But still, there are solutions that don't involve her wearing a bathing suit as a hero costume. No. I just led Hagakure back here because she was naked and I could see her, and I'm pretty sure you're not that much better off with this costume. You too, Uraraka. Uraraka looks stunned at Izuku's sudden shift of attention, when she had literally just left the changing room not 2 seconds prior. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Your costume's boots are impractical in the worst of ways. You'll barely be able to have proper walking movements, let alone running. Izuku is honestly really disappointed in whoever designed these costumes. Who in their right mind gives someone boots that are thicker than their entire torso? That's for sports mascots, not heroes who are in dangerous situations constantly where practicality is a matter of life and death. I don't think anything's wrong with my costume. I mean, the bodysuit is a bit tight, but it's not that bad. Try jogging, Uraraka. Just a few paces. She does, with a confused look on her face. That is until she trips and eats dirt when her boots get in the way of her legs. When she gets back up, she has a slightly ashamed look on her face and nods in his direction, as if to say, "Yeah, I get your point now. I'm taking you, Yaoyorozu, and Hagakure to see my uncle Power Loader. He's a support hero." At that moment, Hagakure leaves the changing room in her uniform, and Izuku watches the confused expression on her face at seeing 3 of her classmates still right in front of the door. "Let's go." The girls follow Izuku wordlessly, though he can practically feel their utter confusion from the back of his head. Izuku leads them through the complicated and plain halls of UA, and he imagines that his classmates might be wondering how he knows the building this well already. It takes a while to get to the support labs, and All Might's class is sure to have started by now, but it's fine. He'll do an extra homework assignment for Nedzu if he needs to excuse his classmates' absences. Izuku doesn't knock, simply barging in and scanning the room for his honorary uncle. It's not hard to find him, given that he's at the front of the room in his full hero gear, but looking over everyone also helps Izuku to know who he'll be relying on in the future. It's a bit humbling to realize that these students will have power over actual costumes in the future. They're all 15 and 16 now, like him, but someday they'll be industry professionals. "Uncle Loader, I have an urgent matter that I must bring to your attention," Izuku says with an overly fancy tone, a smile splitting across his face. Power Loader whips around to face whoever interrupted him, then immediately shakes his head in exasperation. Izuku flaps his wings a few times, landing on the specially made rod design so that he has somewhere to perch in this room that won't get things destroyed. He hangs upside down with his talons, letting his tail drape over the rod and hang there as if it's also bearing some of his weight. From this position, Izuku is at the perfect height to talk to Power Loader, which he uses to its fullest extent. "Uncle, the people who design my class's costumes are morons," he pouts, letting his wings ruffle uncomfortably. 3 of my female classmates can't even participate in today's exercise. It's so bad. "Oh dear," Power Loader sighs, waving off some very confused looks from his students. "Well, except for one girl with pink hair in the back of the room who's fiddling with some type of gadget, a glowing Rubik's Cube? Strange." The point is, it seems like she couldn't care less about Izuku's interruption. Power Loader tugs on Izuku's arm to get him to come down from the bar, which, fair, but Izuku pouts anyway. The 2 of them leave the room, and Izuku can practically feel the moment when Power Loader's heart almost stops. Izuku sympathizes. "You see?" "Yep, I see." "Well, safe to say that none of you are going back to class at this rate." "What?" Uraraka exclaims, frowning and holding her fists in front of her chest. "But it's our first heroics class today. We're supposed to be doing battle trials." Whoa, hold on," Power Loader interrupts. "What do you mean, battle trials? You're supposed to be doing costume consultations. I figured that that's why you came." "Really?" Yaoyorozu asks. "All Might said that we were going to start training by learning through experience." No, you guys have at least a month of basic combat training before any battle trials are supposed to happen," Power Loader exclaims, pacing across the width of the hallway while holding his hands up in exasperation. "Now I have to call Aizawa, but he's in a meeting and I can't leave my class alone. It's fine. I'll go find him, Uncle Loader," Izuku says, already spreading his wings to take off down the halls. Izuku can hear them calling to him from behind, but he's already too far ahead. The halls here are wide enough for his entire wingspan, at least in one of its shorter forms, so it's not too difficult to pick up speed. When he reaches the meeting rooms, he doesn't bother to look for Shoyuta, instead listening for any hints of his voice behind closed doors. The hall is rather empty, with all the other staff members off doing something else, so it's not at all difficult to pinpoint his location. Skidding to a stop, Izuku knocks loudly on the door between him and Shoyuta and lets out a chirp to tell him who it is. Izuku can hear the moment when Shoyuta drops everything to come to the door, only whispering, "I'll have to call you back," into the phone before he apparently hangs up. It sounds a lot like falling papers when Shoyuta scrambles to get up and open the door. "Izuku!" Shoyuta hisses, looking around the hall for a threat. Years of being a pro make him on edge when he's not expecting his kid to come knocking at the door. When he inevitably finds no threats, he turns back to Izuku with a confused glare on his face. Izuku, why aren't you in class with All Might? Did someone get injured? No, Otusan. All Might was about to run battle trials. I'm pretty sure he would have already started by now. I had to get Uraraka, Hagakure, and Yaoyorozu to the support department because their costumes were terribly designed. Anyway, Uncle Loader sent me to get you to stop All Might before somebody gets hurt. Izuku blurts. He can see the exact moment that Shoyuta processes what he just said, and the moment when he decides that All Might is a moron. Honestly, he was thinking about that too. That effing idiot. Izuku, follow me, he says. Izuku doesn't hesitate to fly down the hallway while Shoyuta sets off in a sprint. Izuku only spares a moment to wonder how that will look to anybody inside the classrooms. A green and black blur that comes and goes in an instant. By the time they make it back to the training grounds, the first trial has already started. Izuku immediately dashes in and hits the emergency stop button on the control panel, which also broadcasts a message to the earpieces that each participant is wearing. Young Shirakumo, what are you doing? Where have you been? All Might booms, glaring at him in a way that definitely isn't part of his usual intimidating smile. He's still smiling, obviously, but Izuku is immediately unsettled by the way All Might seems to be angry at him. He was with me, if you must know. Shoyuta interrupts, glaring at All Might from the doorway. All Might immediately stiffens, turning to face the shorter man. And as far as I know, Uraraka, Hagakure, and Yaoyorozu are with Power Loader, not that you asked about them. Izawa, All Might stutters out. Izuku almost wants to laugh at his fear. Can it, All Might? All Might shuts his mouth. What the hell are you thinking, doing battle trials on the second day of school? These kids have no battle experience besides the exam, and that was a heavily controlled simulation. Shuda storms over to the control panel, pressing a button and leaning down to speak into the mic. Ashido, Aoyama, Sato, Kuda. Stop the exercise immediately and report back to the observation room. You weren't supposed to be running battle trials today. Izuku can hear the affirmative replies from All Might's earpiece. All Might, the idiot, immediately starts protesting. Aizawa, I had a handle on things. There was no reason to stop the exercise. Oh, you mean to tell me that you had it under control, that Ashido's acid very neatly burnt through Aoyama's armor and onto his skin? Or how Sato is acting nearly drunk because of his quirk drawbacks? No, you didn't. This is why we teach stricter quirk control and practical application before running simulations like this. Shoyuta growls, pointing angrily at the screens. This simulation was in the books for 5 weeks from now, when they have better control in dangerous environments. I was only... Get out. Shoyuta says darkly. It's not a request, it's an order. All Might obeys. Izuku almost chokes on laughter when Shoyuta subtly flips off the door that All Might just went through, but he manages to keep quiet. A superhuman feat, really. Alright, look, Shoyuta sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose and squeezing his eyes shut. I don't know what All Might was thinking just now, but this is not what was scheduled for today's heroics class. He was supposed to have you discuss each other's costumes, so that's what we're going to do. Follow me. The class does as he says, following him somewhat silently back to the classroom. A few people are talking in quiet whispers, but nobody speaks out. They don't want to risk making Shuda's bad mood worse. When they make it back to the classroom, everybody sits down silently to wait for instruction. It seems like nobody here wants to make a ton of noise if it will put them at risk of annoying their teacher. Izuku appreciates the silence immensely. He doesn't mind it when his classmates talk, but it's easier to think with less noise around. Every costume needs 5 things according to the HPSC. Does anyone know what those are? All thoughts of calmness immediately exit Izuku's mind, instead making room for uncontrollable excitement. Izuku's hand shoots up, and wings and tail flutter restlessly behind him. He knows this answer. Shoyuta looks at him for a moment, then looks around the rest of the room. Anyone else? Nobody else raises their hand. Alright, Shirakumo. What have you got? According to regulations, every costume should include a basic biomonitor, comms, a location tracker, some first aid supplies, and a non-quirk related support item. There are regulations and requirements for each individual item, but that's a separate question. You know that being consulted by pro heroes while designing your costume gives you the advantage of already knowing this stuff, right? Shoyuta asks, staring Izuku down. The winged boy just grins in response. Alright, fine. Can anyone make an educated guess on the specific requirements for one of those items? Not you, Shirakumo, Shoyuta says, not even sparing a glance to Izuku's raised hand. The teen pouts but puts his hand down. Zero. Well, the comms would need to be able to connect to any other hero's comms automatically, right? So there has to be a common network to support team-ups over long distances. Correct. The Hero Communications Web, or HCW for short, serves that function. As a hero, you can apply for an independent web, usually with just team members, but all heroes have direct access to communications with one another should they ever need it. It goes on like that for 10 more minutes, with Shoyuta explaining every requirement in detail as more people get confident enough to share what they already know. Izuku puts his hand up for each question, but Shoyuta only calls on him if nobody else knows the answer. Which is often. Each time Izuku has to give an answer, Shoyuta looks more and more done with everything. When they get around to actually giving constructive criticism and asking questions on each other's costumes, Izuku once again has the most to say. Won't those gauntlets reduce mobility? Also, those gloves cannot be good for your fine motor skills. Why is the eye in your ice glowing? Also, what is that ice made of? Because if it's something like plastic, it could become brittle when you use your quirk and break off. Also, it'll throw off your center of gravity regardless. Is that safe? If you're just going for an icy look, I suggest dyeing your hair to be white on both sides and looking into materials or makeup that'll crystallize like frost. I think that'll be easier in the long term. Wouldn't your acid melt the fur on your jacket? Don't get me wrong, it looks great, but why fur, specifically? Kirishima, why are you shirtless? You know that tear-proof fabrics exist, right? Besides, hero modesty laws apply to everyone. Also, if your quirk were to ever not be useful, for example against Ashido's acid, then you'll have nothing separating your skin from potential harm. Azui, please see Power Loader about those heels. And that belt. That cannot be practical or hydrodynamic. It goes on like that for an hour until the bell interrupts someone's response to Izuku's line of questioning. Shoyuta sighs heavily, waving them out the door to get changed back into their regular uniforms in the lockers. Izuku happily prances down to the lockers along with his classmates. He's learned so much about his class, he's super excited to tell Kigo and Hizashi about it later. When Izuku is finally back in his uniform, he does a little twirl in the changing room to make his uniform skirt spin. He's so excited from today that he feels like he could bounce off the walls. Simply hopping in place isn't quite enough to get all the giddy energy out. By the time that Izuku has put his costume away and he's back to struggling with his tie, he's still grinning. Even the ever-present difficulties of tying the appalling piece of red fabric with talons isn't enough to sour his mood. Izuku finishes changing before anyone else in his class, so he doesn't waste any time dashing straight out the door and towards his classroom again. He figures the energy might be helped if he can fly to the classroom. Maybe he just needs to stretch his wings. Unfortunately, the hallway is not empty like it was when Shoyuta had been in that meeting. All the Hero Corps students from every year have classes in this one of the 4 UA towers, and a lot of them are busy starting to head home for the day. Meaning not only is Izuku flying right over their heads, he's flying in the opposite direction from where they're going. He doesn't care about the stairs, though. A lot of these kids know him from previous years when he'd barge into random teachers' classrooms for the fun of it. This year, they still don't like that he's flying over their heads, but they're used to it. Otusen! Izuku shouts as he slams open the classroom door. I must have you know that your intentional ignoring of me today wasn't fun at all. That's the point, kid. Gotta let the other students learn the stuff that you've known for years now, Shoyuta drawls, standing up slowly from his sleeping bag. Damn it, chick, why is your tie like that? Come here. Izuku dutifully obeys, stepping right up to Shoyuta with his shoulders and wings pulled back and out of the way while Shoyuta reaches forwards to fix it. You know how hard it is to do these with talons, Otusan? Remember that time? Izuku is cut off with a rough hand slapping only slightly gently over his mouth. If you mention the goddamn acrylics in front of your Hell class, you are getting detention and a grounding for a month. That's not a threat, it's a promise. Shoyuta growls in Mandarin, apparently not wanting to risk anyone overhearing and/or understanding. Now get back to your seat, Shirakumo. Shoyuta corrects the name just as Yaoyorozu rounds the corner into the classroom, glancing oddly at the two of them. They are standing a bit close together after all. Oh, Yaoyorozu, did you get your costume fixed? Izuku asks, hopping over to her with a bright smile. Shoyuta just turns to whatever's on the podium at the moment. I did. Thank you for helping me, Shirakumo. I hope you didn't get in trouble for skipping the first bit of class. Yaoyorozu not so subtly glances towards the front of the room, apparently worried that Izuku was getting chewed out by Shoyuta. Oh no. Aizawa-sensei was just telling me that my parents are making katsudon for dinner. They're good friends, so they wanted to invite him over as well. It's an easy lie, one of many scripted scenarios in which Shoyuta would need to be talking to him about personal things without it seeming weird. Izuku is tempted to laugh at the good friends part, since, well, having better hearing than most comes with unintended consequences when your parents are young newlyweds. That he does not like to think about. No thank you. I'm not in trouble, don't worry. Really? That must be strange, having a family friend as a teacher. Yaoyorozu comments. Izuku smiles sheepishly. Yeah, it really is, he says, scratching at the feathers on one ear with a talon. Try Otusan actually. That's even weirder. He heads back to his own seat with only Mineta's desk from yesterday between the two, and turns to sit backwards in his seat. Actually, I'm familiar with a lot of the staff here. That's why I call Power Loader my uncle. He helped with my science and engineering studies for primary and middle school. Oh, how nice. Yaoyorozu says with a smile. My own father and mother are rather well known in the scientific fields, specifically chemistry and molecular physics, respectively. I know a bit about being close with your parents' co-workers. Izuku opens his mouth to respond, but suddenly the door to the classroom slams open, startling Izuku so much that he forgets that most people get unsettled when his head twists all the way over his shoulder. That said, when he whips his head around to look for the source of the sudden noise, he's met with the disbelieving and massively creeped-out stares of his classmates. Kaken is frozen in the doorway, clearly disturbed by the sight, and the whole rest of the class seems to be waiting behind him. Shirakumo, are you all right? That position looks as though it may be painful. Ida shouts, straining to see over Kaken's shoulder while also maintaining enough distance to perform his signature arm chopping. Izuku doesn't blink, but he does turn properly in order to face them all with his whole body. No, it's fine. Part of my bird physiology, you know? Owls can rotate their heads 270 degrees, and so can I. It's not a big deal. Ah, of course. Ida shouts again. Forgive me for not taking that into consideration when I asked. Of course, Izuku waves it off. People often forget about an animal's ability to do certain things when a person has a quirk that mimics it. He's no different, especially since he's made up of nearly every bird species out there, in one way or another. With Kaken snapped out of his shock, the rest of the class pushes past him to file quietly into their seats while they wait for instruction. The rest of the school may have already left by now, but Shoyuta did tell them that for the first week or so they were required to stay a bit longer to have enough time for certain things to be explained. Of course, Izuku already knows all this stuff, but only Yaoyorozu would really be able to guess that. So he stays, however boring it may be. He does hope that Shoyuta got the subtle hint that he wants katsudon for dinner tonight, though. Eventually, that's all he can think about. It's been a while since they had lunch, okay? He spends so long spacing off and thinking about food that he doesn't notice when Kaken keeps sending him odd glances behind his back. Yue was broken into. As soon as Kigo hears about the alarm and the intruder, he cuts his patrol short and flies straight to Yue to help in any way he can. For him, that means hurting the media outside the gates, using his feathers to gently push each and every one of them back out the gate. Of course, the reporters all go absolutely wild when they see Hawks there, screaming questions about whether he was a new teacher at UA too. Hawks, sir, are you working with all might to teach the next generation of heroes here at UA? Hawks, why are you here at UA? You were seen all the way across Mizudafu only 10 minutes ago. Hawks, what do you have to say about the rumors that you and Miruko are romantically involved? That last one makes Kigo sigh with exasperation. Rumi winks at him in public once, and all of a sudden they're all over each other in the media's eyes. Because there's no chance their precious number 3 and number 6 heroes could be gay. No, he says directly to the first one. Blunt and straight to the point. I got an alert about a break-in here, which I suspect was you lot, he says to the second reporter while also glancing pointedly at the other surrounding reporters. And no, Miruko and I are not together. Now, if you would all kindly stay outside of the gates where you belong. It didn't take Kigo long at all to get every last reporter outside the gate and to set up a floating barrier with some of his longer feathers. They continued to try and get past, and were surprised each time the floating feathers held them back without budging an inch. It must be frustrating for them to be weaker than a feather, because more than a few of them shoot Kigo a dirty look when they get stopped. Kigo steps far out of earshot but also within their line of sight, trying to keep up the facade of mysterious playboy hero Hawks, while also calling his brothers dads. It's exhausting. When Kigo winks in the direction of the reporters and hides his face behind his wing, he can't help but laugh at the way some of the younger reporters squeal, thinking he was looking at them. Little do they know that he was just looking at a squirrel perfectly positioned between the gaps in their heads. He's going to eat a squirrel someday, he swears. Kigo lifts the phone to his ear when it starts calling the other person, and it connects quickly. Hey, Pops. Kigo says cheerfully into the receiver. His smile only grows wider when Oboro groans exasperatedly on the other end of the line. What do you want, Kigo? We're in the middle of dealing with a trespassing here. Yup, I know. Kigo replies, squinting his eyes up at the reflective windows of UA where Oboro might be. I heard about that and came to volunteer for media babysitting duty. Well, actually I already started, but same difference. Thank you for your generous favor, Hawks. Kigo snorts at the sarcastic tone that Oboro speaks with. A beat passes where neither of them say anything, before Kigo hears Oboro's long-suffering sigh echo from down the line. Fine, I'm sending ectoplasm down. I don't need rumors that you're working here to start spreading. Kigo pouts, placing a hand on his hip and glaring at the ground. He pointedly ignores the reporters who are squealing at him. Hey, why not? Even Nedzu knows I'd be a better teacher than that buff, egotistical piece of shit he just hired. Wow, is he glad that he's far enough away that the reporters' mics don't pick up on him swearing? Or that he's insulting All Might, who is only 2 rankings above him? You know, I have no idea. You would make a wonderful heroics teacher, Oboro concedes, and Kigo perks up a little as he says it. Thank you, Kigo exclaims, throwing a hand up in the air and swiveling on the ball of his feet as he starts pacing. I mean, surely it can't be that hard to fire him and let me in since I'm more qualified? Kigo, I am not having this discussion with you right now. Focus on keeping the media outside the gates. We can talk more at home, Oboro scolds. Kigo wants to laugh at how parental he sounded just now. I'll talk to Nedzu about it later. You got it, Kigo says cheerfully as he hangs up the call. The winged hero turns to walk towards the reporters again, only to immediately be bombarded with questions yet again. This time, he doesn't pay any attention to their questions, opting instead to stand off to the side and mess around on his phone to look busy. Hey Squirt, how are you holding up? Bias. I'm fine, just a little shaken. There was a stampede in the cafeteria because the media broke in. Why do you ask? I got alerted ABT the break-in. Came down here to be a feather duster for UA to sweep the media out. I'm texting you so the reporters think I'm busy. Bias. What did I tell you about using me to avoid the media? Don't do it BC, otherwise they'll get more demanding. But they keep asking me if I'm dating Rumi. Bias. Are you? Hey, don't tease me. I would never. Besides, you know she's dating someone. Bias. Okay, fine. Still though, it's a little funny to see you squirm from my classroom window. I'm muting my notifications. Otusan is about to start class again. Bye. Wait, no, Iwas, don't leave me. Please, I beg. I'm eating all your trail mix before you get home. And that was that. Kigo is officially out of people to text, and with no other options he resigns himself to his fate of playing Tetris and hoping he looks busy. Luckily, after only one game, Kigo senses ectoplasm approaching to his left, and he is able to put his phone away. Hey Ecto! Kigo yells, waving a hand enthusiastically to gesture for him to speed up. When the older hero makes it close to him, Kigo lowers his voice to be undetectable by the mics. I swear, you better have some magic words to get them to go away, because I am this close to turning my feathers sharp and seeing who cuts themselves in half if they ask me one more question about Maruko. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, Hawks, the older hero replies calmly. His whole demeanor screams I am so done with this, and Kigo wonders just how many times this man has been hounded by the media with no means of escape. Kigo is always able to fly away when it gets too much, but an average hero wouldn't be able to do that. The police are on their way. The gate has been destroyed, but we don't know how yet. They will all be brought in for questioning. Good enough for me. Kigo cheers, grinning widely at the other hero. Camera shutters snapping makes Kigo shiver, but he ignores it. I have a certain someone's trail mix to eat before he gets home. I doubt he would appreciate it if you did that, Hawks, he replies without missing a beat, obviously already knowing who he's talking about. Please consider that maybe he had a good reason to do whatever he did to make you want revenge on him so badly. Kigo turns his head to the side, pretending to be looking over his shoulder while he pouts. He doesn't really have an answer for that. Before long, the police make it to the scene and start herding everyone away. Kigo breathes a sigh of relief when there's no longer any pressure on his feathers and he can return them to his wings. A flash of blue and the glint of metal catches his eye from across the street, far beyond where any police cars are parked or police officers are milling about. It's gone before Kigo gets a chance to look again. Izuku had thought that Kigo was joking when he'd threatened to eat all his trail mix when he checked his messages after school let out. Even so, he'd rushed home in an attempt to preserve his precious trail mix. But alas, Kigo had not been joking, and greeted him from the couch with a lazy smile that tipped Izuku off to the fact that all his treats were currently within the stomach of his older brother. Needless to say, Izuku had plans of revenge. It's only a matter of time and preparation. Moving on from that idea, Izuku manages to find something to fling at Kigo, his compact umbrella he keeps in his bag for emergencies, and watches in glee as it hits the blonde's shins before bouncing off and falling to the floor. The blonde hero yelps, tucking his legs closer to his body to make himself a smaller target in case more projectiles start heading his way. You better be grateful that Dad would be mad at me if I killed you right now, Izuku snarks, turning away from Kigo to head into the kitchen. He is so eating Kigo's leftover fried chicken, even if that won't be the end of his revenge plan. Good luck with that, Ias. I'm sure a grumpy teenager could assassinate the number 3 hero. That sounds so realistic, Kigo retorts, rolling his eyes and stretching out over the couch again once it's clear that there's no longer a chance of things being flung at him. Anyway, do you know what actually happened? It seemed like the gate had just up and disappeared by the time I got there. Izuku looks up at the ceiling for a moment, considering. I'm not supposed to know anything, but I overheard a conversation between Otusan and some girl in second year with a hostility-sensing quirk. She said that there was someone super hostile in one of the staff-only rooms, but that they vanished before she was able to warn anybody. This whole thing probably has something to do with that. Whoa, really? Kigo gapes, sitting up on his elbows and flapping his wings for balance as he twists around to look at Izuku. Also, the dad trio isn't going to be home for at least a few hours. Last I heard their latest estimation was 7 o'clock, but you know how long those meetings can last on a normal day. I doubt they'll be home before 10. Kigo tsks, his annoyance clear. When Izuku returns from the kitchen with fried chicken in hand, Kigo pouts at the sight of his little brother eating his food, but Izuku just smirks and makes direct eye contact while taking another bite. Contemplative silence stretches out between them. The school year has barely just begun, And already there's been a hostile intruder and a media break-in. Izuku can only hope that that'll be the last of this year's unusual events, but the fact that they didn't manage to catch the intruder creates a heavy feeling in his gut. Something is going to go wrong, he can feel it. When Izuku was 13, UA had a similar situation. A general course student was caught in the hero course records room, and Detective Tsukachi had managed to learn that they had been planning to attack some first-year hero students on their post-sports festival internships. It didn't work, obviously, but the media gave them hell for it. Do you know what the person took? Kigo asks, straining his neck to look at him upside down. The smaller boy shakes his head as he takes another bite of his dinner. I don't know, but I don't think so. Nobody smart enough to coordinate a break-in like that would have stolen anything. They would have taken pictures of whatever it is they wanted. Fair enough, Kigo concedes while repositioning his head more comfortably and closing his eyes. Make sure to keep my feather on you if anything happens though. If they're planning an attack or something, you need to be prepared. I know. You know I keep the feather on me, you can feel that I do. Sure. Silence rests between them for a beat, before Kigo takes a deep breath to say, your trail mix was really good by the way. Oh, screw you. Dabi doesn't often get involved where heroes are concerned. They're all a bunch of fakes, chasing nothing but glory and kissing the boots of the hero commission anytime they get the chance. That's not to say that Dabi necessarily hates heroes. More like he hates one hero in particular, and the system who made that piece of sheet so popular in the first place. A lot of heroes are actually okay. For example, Eraserhead. He's logical, blunt, and efficient in his work. He ensures that his heroic morals don't affect his underground work, which makes him all the more respectable to Dabi. Of course, he's going to arrest anyone he catches in the act of a heinous crime if he stumbles upon it, but anybody else he treats with respect and an offer of help that they can decide to take or not to take. When he's on neutral ground, he follows the rules and doesn't go around arresting people like a lot of daylight heroes do. Other heroes like Endeavor make his blood boil. His rage when talking or thinking about that man is so all-consuming, he isn't able to properly express it. At least, not in words. His burning skin and the cold rage he's been told can be found in his eyes says plenty on its own. A warm breeze drags the blue sparks of flame in Dabi's palm southwards, towards the mountain upon which UA stands. Dabi tieskis at the building when his gaze is drawn towards it by his flames, immediately turning away and staring at his own blue flames once more. They illuminate his palms and his knees as they hang over the edge of the roof of a building, swinging gently as if unbothered by everything around him. Dabi likes UA. The principal of the school is known for his high standards and unbiased decision-making in his hiring and acceptance process. He'd even made an announcement condemning Endeavor's high destruction rate right after the BSTRD had, somehow, graduated and he himself became principal, though UA was ignored and they've since given up trying to change anybody's mind. The public only sees Endeavor as a powerful hero doing what he must to protect people, not the violent and abusive dumpster fire he is. Dabi himself had once dreamed of attending UA, the #1 hero school in Japan, with regular high school experiences and the chance to become great? It sounded perfect. Of course, fate loves to screw Dabi over. An accident on a mountain as a young teen is all it takes to make the world believe the eldest son of Endeavor is dead. And in a way only a small part of his heart still resonates with the sound of the name Tuya, the part of his heart reserved for his mother and his siblings and absolutely nobody else. It's the most painful part of him, even more so than the staples and burned skin that barely hold his blood inside of his body, but there's something almost poetic about the pain. It keeps him grounded, makes him realize what's most important. All that to say, some small part of him still cares for others. Shudo is attending UA, and because of that Dabi has been sure to watch the school more closely than he normally would. There have been rumors stirring up in the underworld, requests for anybody willing to get together for some sort of attack. Not only that, but the request is not by some nobody with unattainable dreams of power in the underworld and shitty plans, but by someone powerful, someone who if you upset them will be sure to have you dead within days. Dabi suspects that this attack has something to do with the announcement that All Might has begun teaching at UA. The timing of this supposed attack is too specific to be a coincidence. And if they're planning to attack UA, then Shudo isn't safe, and therefore Dabi has to keep a close eye out for him. He's not above revealing his identity if it means keeping his little brother safe. When the gates of UA dissolved this morning, Dabi had been watching. He watched as a hooded figure pushed his way to the front of the crowd of reporters, looking very obviously out of place. He'd watched as the figure reached a hand out, a hand that looked sickly pale and skinny, and touched the gate of UA. He'd watched with morbid fascination as the gate crumbled to dust in front of his very eyes, and by the time he actually looked back to see where the person was, they'd disappeared. It had taken only moments, but they were nowhere on the streets. It was as if they had simply disappeared into thin air. Alarms had blared the moment the sensors were able to detect the UA gate as down, barely audible over the sound of the reporters' enthusiastic screaming as they flooded past the destroyed gate. Not a single one of them lingered to wonder why the gate had suddenly disintegrated. Within minutes, Hawks had arrived at the scene and shooed out all the reporters with his feathers. He had been curious as to why the winged hero was there, but he left soon after ectoplasm arrived. Now, Dabi keeps an eye on the school from a distance. He definitely didn't need to be caught watching the school so close, even if he isn't the one who destroyed the gate. A whooshing sound from behind him immediately puts Dabi on edge. It didn't sound like the wind, more like something gliding. He doesn't turn around to check. He wants whatever or whoever it is to think that he doesn't know he's there. "Hey man," a strangely familiar voice calls from across the rooftop. "Are you doing okay?" Ah, so this person thinks he's a jumper. It makes sense, given his haggard appearance and the fact that he's sitting on the edge of a 20-story building. Dabi closes his hands to snuff out the flames he'd been staring at earlier, then casually swings his knees back around so he can stand up on the roof. Dabi stuffs his hands in his pockets, kicking his feet as he takes a few steps away from the edge to prove he wasn't going to jump like some suicidal teenager. Dabi lifts his gaze to his mysterious company, only to find Hawks of all people staring right back at him. "Well, me I guess," Dabi mutters, swiveling on his heel so that he doesn't have to look at the number 3 hero. The hero's eyes had been filled with concern, and maybe a bit of shock, but none of the usual disgust that comes with having scars as nasty as his. "That's strange." "Hey, at least let me take you out to dinner first," Hawks retorts, and Dabi almost chokes. "What the hell?" A smug grin has plastered itself all over Hawks' face, which only confuses Dabi even more when he looks back at the hero. What the f is he grinning for? Wasn't he worried just a second ago? "You know that's not what I effing meant, you oversized chicken," Dabi growls as he glares pointedly at the hero. Yeah, maybe not. Still though, dinner might be good while you tell me what you were doing on top of my buddy's agency building." Dabi's eyes widen and he moves to the edge of the building to look carefully down at the main street. Sure enough, the neon glow of Present Mix Agency sign glares back at him. The bright yellow burns his eyes and leaves spots in his vision when he looks away. "Well sheet, my bad. I'll get out of your feathers." Dabi tries to excuse himself, attempting to go back down the fire escape he'd climbed up from. He must have been pretty out of it if he didn't recognize the familiar architecture of a hero agency building, which means that he absolutely needs to go somewhere where he won't F up this badly again. Preferably somewhere heroes never have agencies in, like the poor and run-down parts of the city. Unfortunately, things never go Dabi's way. A flash of red cuts through his vision and suddenly he finds himself immobile and standing directly in front of Hawks. In any other circumstance, being restrained by a literal model might be hot, but since Dabi is actively trying to get away from the building, it doesn't really feel that way. "What's your name, dude?" "I wasn't kidding about dinner. My little brother stole the leftovers I was planning on having anyway," Hawks says casually, as if he were meeting up with an acquaintance rather than some unknown scarred guy he caught on the roof of a hero agency with fire in his hands. Dabi looks him up and down, trying to detect any hint of hostility or even recognition. The first and most obvious sign is the obvious restraining going on, which Dabi doesn't appreciate in the slightest. The second is the fact that Hawk's gaze is sharp and analytical, meaning that there's at least some level of wariness in him. Even so, Dabi needs to eat. He hasn't eaten in almost 3 days, and it's starting to catch up with him. Hawks is offering a free meal, and he's making no indication that he's going to arrest him. Besides trespassing and public quirk use, both of which are only punishable by a fine so long as there's no property damage, Hawks has no way of knowing what kind of crimes Dobby has committed before. It might be worth the risk. I don't see why my name is important, Birdie, Dobby replies coolly. Giving his name out increases his chances of recognition significantly, and he's already taking a risk by considering the idea of letting Hawks get him food. I might just take you up on your dinner offer, though. Great. Follow me, Hawks says, and Dobby can't help but feel like this encounter is going to change a lot of things for him. He can't tell if it'll be for the better. Everybody get on the bus in order of your student number. Ida yells, chopping his arms in an almost robotic motion. A thought could be spared to wonder if other parts of his body are mechanical besides his legs, but to dwell on that would be pointless, so Izuku doesn't linger on that. It's a pleasant day out. Sunny, not too cold, a slight breeze. The weather is perfect for flying, but Izuku can't do that today. No, instead he has to be stuck in a bus with a bunch of teenagers like a sardine. People means limbs, and limbs means a highly increased likelihood that at least one person will try to touch his wings and/or tail. Sure, they're big and they look awesome, but being touched is not a pleasant feeling. When Izuku makes it onto the bus, however, he realizes pretty quickly that he only has one option as far as seat choices go. The row of seats parallel to the length of the bus are his best bet, more specifically the ones at the very front of the bus, because he's far less likely to bump into someone while trying to get his wings comfortable this way. In some cases, Izuku would just shrink his wings and find a regular seat just to be done with it, but transforming does take effort. Most days he can get away with transforming whenever he wants because he has energy to spare, but today is not one of those days. He's stuck with big ones until they start training, because he doesn't know how much energy he'll be spending over the course of the day until they start. Unsurprisingly, nobody who gets on after Izuku decides to take the seat to his left. None of them want to run the risk of accidentally getting whacked in the face with a stray wing. Satisfied with his spot, Izuku starts to tune out the noises of the bus around him to think about what the USJ might be like when he's not visiting with his family, but rather as part of a class. He knows that they'll have an assignment when they get there, but what it actually will be is unclear. Are they going to be rescuing training dummies, or rescuing each other? Will they tackle each zone together as a class, or will they be split into groups? How will the people with largely offensive quirks utilize resources to be able to help? Some people's quirks have obvious rescue applications. Yaoyorozu could make medical supplies, communication devices, or supports for collapsing buildings. Kuda could ask rats or birds to help search for people, though he doesn't know if there are any animals in the USJ for Kuda to control in the first place. Jairu can listen for any signs of life or danger. Other people will have to be more creative though. Especially Bakugu, since explosions are hard to control and tend to cause or make worse the disasters simulated there. Ida won't be useful for much more than supply runs, because despite the potential to get extremely injured victims to aid quickly, running at that speed would jostle anyone he might be holding, likely making injuries worse. People hurt that badly would need to be handled delicately, and Ida simply isn't capable of that when running that fast. A gentle elbow in the ribs pulls Izuku out of his musings. His classmates are looking at him a bit oddly. Most of them look curious or maybe worried, so it's pretty clear to him what just happened. Oh, sorry, was I staring off again? He asks, turning to face his classmates. Yes, Shirakumo, you were. Sho Yuta drawls from his left, and it's clear that he had been the one to elbow Izuku just now. Nobody else would dare sit close enough to him to do that. Do try not to stare at people's feet in the future. Sorry. Wow, that's embarrassing. Shirakumo, if I may be blunt, Azui speaks up from Shuta's other side. You and Hawk seemed really close at the quirk assessment, but you two don't look related. Is he actually your brother? Well, he certainly wasn't expecting that question. How does he even answer that? Actually, we met a few years ago on a rooftop because he mistakenly thought I was trying to kill myself. No, that sounds bad. Well, we have a couple common ancestors, but they lived right at the dawn of quirks like 6 generations ago. Does that count? That might work. He doesn't know what she's trying to ask. No, not technically. We share some distant ancestors, a married couple from the dawn of quirks, but besides that we're not related at all. I joke with him about my parents adopting him, but it's a long, complicated, and pretty unnecessary process anyway. A nervous smile starts spreading on his face as he taps his talons against his knee, trying to not show how odd it feels to be talking freely about this. We met when I was 12 and he was a brand new hero, but I think we mostly bonded over our shared mutation before anything else, really. Azui, as well as everybody else who was listening, seemed to consider for a moment. I suppose that makes sense. If I didn't have my parents and siblings to relate to, I think I'd look for people with quirks like mine as well. I'm glad you found someone for that. Indeed, Ida hums, looking deep in thought. I think that must be true for many children with mutations. I personally learned my own engine maintenance routine from my mother and older brother. I'm not sure if I could have learned it all on my own as a small child. Kaminari chimes in with his own experience. When I was a kid, my mom had to teach me how to not accidentally shock anybody I touched. Electricity quirks are pretty common, but it really helped to have her to practice on since she has a quirk like mine and wouldn't get hurt. Yeah. Izuku chirps, glad that they all seem to understand. Hawks has it easy though. He doesn't have to preen in the same way that I do. He just dumps all his feathers in the tub to wash, or sheds them if they're too damaged. I have to do everything the hard way, with fancy shampoos and contortionism and stuff. That sounds rough, man. Kirishima comments as he activates his quirk on his forearm and hand. My quirk is really low maintenance, but it's not very flashy. Not that great for being a super popular hero. A slightly dejected look crosses Kirishima's face, and Izuku can't help but wonder why he thinks like that about his quirk. Did he get bullied for it in the past? I think it's great for heroics. It seems like it has the potential to be super useful for defense, or even close combat because of the way your skin sharpens. Being flashy doesn't necessarily equate to popularity if you're charismatic and do your job well enough. Izuku isn't the best at being reassuring, but he should probably at least try if he wants to make friends. Did he just do that right? Really? An enthusiastic nod from Izuku has Kirishima smiling sheepishly. Thanks, man. I'm glad you think so. People continue to chatter beyond that, but Izuku has checked out of the conversation again. The nervous tension is starting to become all-consuming as they approach the USJ, but Izuku can't figure out why. It might be because it's their first real heroics exercise of the year, but if anything he thinks he should be feeling pretty confident about this. He already knows all the protocols during rescues because of his family, so he's not heading into unfamiliar territory with this exercise. His papa had insisted on making him learn disaster protocol early on, mostly in case he ever got caught up in a villain attack and had to save himself or others. They were so persistent about it because of their injury in second year. They didn't want Izuku to ever be caught unprepared. Knowing the rules and steps during disasters is quite literally life-saving. A lot of civilians end up making things more dangerous for themselves because they don't know that trying to dig through unstable rubble is a terrible idea, or that flames aren't the only dangerous parts of burning houses. That said, his anxiety still just won't go away. He logically knows that the USJ is a good and safe place to put his skills to the test, so he has no reason to be nervous. He also logically knows that his Otusen and 13 sensei will be more than capable of helping if something goes wrong or one of his classmates gets stuck somehow. All of a sudden, the bus slows to a stop outside of the USJ, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. The people at the back of the bus get up to leave first, leaving him at the front a few more moments to mull over why he might be feeling bad, but he can't come up with anything. It's frustrating beyond belief. Welcome, Class 1A. 13 greets enthusiastically. Izuku smiles and waves from the back of the group, and he can tell that she's smiling under her helmet as well. Whoa, this place is huge. Someone gasps. It's true. Izuku has seen it from overhead multiple times before, and this facility is definitely hard to miss. 13 launches into an explanation of the facilities, as well as a short lecture about the dangers of quirks and how that relates to hero work. Many people nod along. Izuku sees Uraraka look at her hands, then up at the sky, then quickly down to the ground while making a disturbed face. It doesn't take a lot of effort to guess what she might be. Imagining. Izuku himself has been very aware of the dangers his quirk presents from the beginning. His talons and teeth can very easily tear through flesh. His light, despite not emitting heat, is capable of burning a person's eyes so badly they become permanently blind. He can lift the weight of small adults while flying, and they'd be very easy to drop. His grip strength alone could strangle someone if he wanted. He's dangerous, but he wants to be a hero, so he needs to learn how to use his quirk to help others. Everybody here does. When Shoyuta and 13 start signing to each other about how All Might has run out of time for the day, Izuku has to resist the urge to roll his eyes. Of course that guy would waste all of his time during his morning commute, of all things. For a guy who wants his time limit to stay a secret, he's sure doing a trashy job at keeping it that way. The short distance to the front doors of the facility gives him just enough time to get over his disgust at All Might's poor time management skills before he's thrown into training for the day. The moment Izuku steps through the front doors, he's hit with a wave of pure, unfiltered dread. It's as if an invisible barrier had been hanging right at the entrance, and once he passed through it, he was flooded with an impending feeling of doom like no other. When he focuses through the rush of adrenaline, he can hear the faint sounds of harsh conversation echoing through the facility, and he can see the flash of metal, of bladed weapons, reflecting from all the visible zones around them. He can feel the slight changes in air pressure that precede the arrival of more blades and voices. "Sensei!" Izuku shouts, uncaring of how his outburst might seem to the other students. Several heads turn to look at him, but one of those heads is Shuta's, so he doesn't stop. "Something's wrong, there are other people here." As soon as the last word leaves his mouth, a swirling black and purple portal appears in the middle of the central plaza. A pale hand reaches through it and tugs at the edges as if to rip the hole in space even further. He doesn't know if the rest of his class or his Otusan can see it yet with their only average long-distance vision, but Izuku can see it clear as day. He never knew a mere hand could be so menacing. Within seconds, a dozen more holes open up in the air of the plaza. The first portal has opened enough to let a man walk through, and based on the way he stands and holds himself, he is the leader. He's skinny and disheveled, not at all well put together like Izuku would have thought from a leader, but when each new villain starts stalking forwards and he simply stands there looking over all of them like they're all below him, it becomes clear that he is in charge. Seconds feel like minutes as more and impossibly more villains pour through the portals one after the other, each one with their gaze locked onto the class and holding a sort of malice that confuses the hell out of Izuku. What could a class of first years have possibly done to them to make them want to hurt everybody that badly? The villains are too far away for Izuku to be able to hear them properly. He thinks the leader is speaking, but he can't tell what's being said over the sounds of panic by his classmates. He has classmates who need his help. What should he do? Shoyuta had already told Kaminari to try contacting the school and jumped down recklessly into the fray by the time Izuku could even blink. Some people are on their phones and trying to get a signal, but based on everyone's frustrated and terrified expressions, they're having no luck. Izuku mentally scans through everything he has on his person in case anything might help. He's got a pocket knife, which is a decent enough weapon, and some disinfectant cream and gauze in his left hip pocket. Besides that, he only has his gear for his costume, his talons, and raw strength. Something brushes against his chest when he twists his neck to look at some of his screaming classmates, and all at once Izuku feels like a massive idiot. Kigo's feather is still attached to his neck, ready to be broken. Also, break it if there's ever an emergency. Only major ones though, since I'll have to drop everything to get to you. With no time to waste, Izuku reaches hastily into the front of his shirt to pull out the feather and snap it between his talons. He can only hope that his brother will receive the message, and that the feather hadn't somehow died already. The chances of that are slim, since he was given this feather just this morning, but it's possible. That aside, there's still the more pressing matter of defending themselves against villains until the heroes get here. "Yaoyorozu!" Izuku calls, getting her attention over the noise of the panicked yells of the collective class. "Use your quirk to make handheld weapons for everyone." She seems to latch on to his instructions as something to do in her panic, and starts concentrating hard on her task as she pulls several small daggers from her upper arms. A few people without offensive quirks step forwards to take one each. A million possibilities and scenarios run through Izuku's head at once, each one of them seeming more bleak than the last. With the number of villains that Izuku can see and hear, the chances of everyone escaping in one piece are slim to none, but he needs to stay optimistic. Before Izuku can even think of acting on any plans, the portaling villain disappears from the plaza, where he had been standing next to the leader, and reappears right behind Izuku. Hello children, we are the League of Villains. We have come to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. Izuku doesn't even think before he lunges to attack, his claws brace to cut through the metal of the man's neck brace. His aim is true, and he knows it. Less than a second and he'll be pinning this villain down. Everything goes black all at